Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I was sitting here like an idiot letting the intro run. I forgot that I hadn't hit the go live. So I guess Texas got the benefit of being here backstage and got to probably see the whole intro because I don't know. I just completely zoned out. Um, so um, I'm going to go ahead and see if I can add Texas. So, Texas, are you there?
Can you hear me? Testing.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I don't have a cam, so
Oh, that's
well,
okay. We'll look at the Leatherface picture. I'm not gonna demand that anybody be on camera, even if they've got a camera. So
well, the thing is, I could probably do it on my phone, but then it would drain my battery. So,
I got you.
screw it.
You're right. Oh, and I see Blissful's in here. Hi, Blissful.
Yes, Mrs. Tex is in the house.
So So I was gonna see. I had invited some more people. Darren's in here. Uh, Good Lord, Steve's playing something back there, and I hear him talking really loud. So he must be doing the replay of his stream from earlier or something. I don't know. I just heard his voice real loud coming from the living room. So hey, Darren, are you gonna join us?
Oh, we need that. Did you put that link up yet? We need that link. You told me
Oh,
not to let you forget. So,
yes, Texas, thank you. I already
yeah.
zoned out once, so hold on just one second here.
Okay.
Uh, let's get that link for everybody. Yeah, here we go. Let's put that sucker in there. There we go. And that should be the link to get you to the Evil Laugh stream. And thank you once again, Texas, for reminding me because
Oh, you're quite welcome.
I'm just like we've had a busy first half to our weekend. I Friday I took off half a day of work and Steve took off a whole day of work and we had to take our dog for a dental appointment and then we had to take care of some business type of things and then we had to get our dog at the vet. Well, actually Steve went and picked him up from the vet. And then Steve's 35th high school reunion was last night and then today we went to Horror Hound. So we've been busy little bees for the last couple of days. But, oh, okay. So Darren's saying he'll do a live watch along in the future, but this time he's just going to be in the chat. So it might just be me and you, Texas, that are actually live.
Well, see, I give Darren a pass because he's like one of the coolest guys, but where are these other wimps that decided that they couldn't do this,
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, look, I stepped up to do this and there's nobody else. I mean,
I
damn,
know, like like I've been telling everybody for like a week now. It's like I got, 5 spots I can fill. Well, 4 after you said you would do it, and I was like, surely other people will want to be on here. When Dead Pit does something, everybody wants to be on there. So, I was hoping people would take advantage of that. But I will give Darren a pass because he is a cool guy and he helps us out with the Euro cult show. And so yeah, I can't really yeah, and it's like it's like noon. It's noon in the UK, so
well, I mean, even old Curly Jaws isn't here. What the fuck?
I know I invited him too, and it's like that's exactly right. It's like where are these people? They've been begging me to be on streams. And then the minute I ask them, it's like, where is everybody? And I didn't even Texas didn't even like beg me. He did, I just asked him if he wanted to, and he said, yeah. And so it's like, yeah, everybody's wimping out. I don't know. So, I did want to, I mean, I know I put this stuff on Facebook, but even if somebody did not see it on Facebook, I don't know if you can see the signature real good, but that is Ian McCullough's signature on this zombie poster. And he did say to Dana, but he used black Sharpie, but he told me he could use silver Sharpie on it. But here's the thing, me and Steve have run into silver Sharpie problems in the past. It seems that silver Sharpies smear really bad. And so I think it happened to him twice. I think he had Barbara Boucher sign something for him and it was silver Sharpie and it got smeared. And she signed something else for him. And then Barbara Steele, he met and she signed something in silver Sharpie and it got smeared.
Damn,
So
I'm surprised he could stand up after meeting Barbara Boucher.
Oh, I know. She was really sweet and everything. We've got a picture with her. We're both in the picture. That's been several years now. But yeah, I'm surprised he could stand up too after that deal. I mean, I don't know who would make Steve so. At this point, I don't know who would make him so weak that he might have to go sit down for a while. I mean, maybe Aja Argento, but I don't know if he would feel that way about her now. He used to feel that way about her. He just thought she was absolutely just drop dead gorgeous, sexy. Um, and she's Italian, so there you go.
Well,
Um,
after that Bourdain stuff, I don't like her at all. So
oh, really? Yeah.
yeah.
The thing I thought was strange about her, I don't say I dislike her, but a few years back, she did some kind of, I don't know if it was like a pseudo documentary on herself or what, but she took a camera around with her like everywhere she went. And the whole time she looked drugged out of her mind. And I was like, why in the world why would she want to film this? Did she think that that was interesting for people to watch her? And she looked like she had taken about 15 Quaaludes, and, I hear a phone.
Yeah, it's probably a fake call. Let me find out.
Okay.
Hello?
Uh,
Hello?
Darren, I'm not sure
Yeah,
if
it's a fake
UB is
one.
another fake one.
Mhm.
Darren, I'm not sure if UB is coming in or not. He was just in Steve's, stream, and he asked when the hell I was gonna invite him on, and I said, "Well, you can come on tonight if you want to," but I think he must have wimped out like a lot of other people, like Texas was saying, where are these wimps that, you know, said they wanted to be on and then they're not on here? But hey, Adilson, I may be pronouncing that wrong. I apologize if I am. Um, Dare you say Aja lost a bit in the looks department? I don't want to seem mean. No, I mean I agree, Darren, because but I think she lived too hard of a life. I'm not saying that she's doing hard drugs or has done hard drugs. I'm just saying on that pseudo documentary thing, she looked out of her gourd completely, and I don't know what was going on with her. So yeah, I mean, I just think she's either partied hard, drank hard, took a lot of drugs, all the above. Maybe had too much sex. I don't know, but she just she just looked strung out at that one point in her life. Hey, Menelect. Um, so the other thing I wanted to show and again, I showed this on Facebook, but I broke down and I bought this televised horror from Vinegar Syndrome's table at Horror Hound today. And I know Steve told this story during his stream, but I was a little I was a little perturbed, and here's why: because Steve and I went by the Vinegar Syndrome table twice, and the first time around I didn't pick up this and buy it because I was still looking for Paul Bearer Press's uh booth, and I never did find it. So that's why I ended up going back to get the televised terror, because I was gonna, if I had found Paul Bearer Press's booth, I would have went up to them and just checked to see if they had that Rocktober Blood repressing that movie Junkie John was telling me about. And so I never did find that. So when Steve first asked about these two box sets, he went on and asked about the televised horror, and he asked about the that black box, that Jallo Essentials or whatever that he showed on his stream. And I heard the guy, he asked the guy, he said, "How much is the this Jallo one?" And he said 60. I mean, we both heard 60. And Steve said, "Well, how much is the televised terror?" It's 60. So Steve said, "Well, I'll take the Jallo one." And so Steve handed him $60 and he gave him 10 back. And it's like, okay, did we just hear him wrong? So that's why I was a little bit perturbed when I came back and he said, "That'll be 60." And I gave him 60 and he said, "Thank you." It was like, okay. Steve got a brand new thing for $10 less, and I got something that's been out for a while and I had to pay 60. So I don't know. I went on and got it. I shouldn't complain about it, but it just I guess it confused me a little bit.
I got that in the last sale, I think it was, or either yeah, or Black Friday, but I think I paid regular price for it at the time. I can't remember.
Well, Steve saw it. I think Amazon, somebody was selling it on Amazon, and they, how much did they want for it, Steve? Was it $80 or something?
$86 plus shipping, and then
Yeah.
used was 47 plus $4 shipping.
Yeah. So I don't know. Darren, you say you got the televised terror set too. I started watching Are You in the House Alone, which is why the main reason why I bought it, because that was, I know that's based on like a young adult book. But I remember the book when growing up, and even though it deals with kind of harsh content, I mean, you don't really see the actual rape in the movie, and I don't think that the book was very descriptive, being as it was a young adult book at the time by Richard Peck. But I always liked the story, the suspense around it. Um, and I always thought that Kathleen Beller was great as the main role of Gail. And let's see, I thought the the actors that played her parents in it, I thought they were good, like Bliss Danner, Tony Bill, Dennis Quaid's in it. I think this is probably, in my opinion, one of Scott Columby's best roles, because I mean, this guy seems so sweet in this particular movie, and usually well, I don't want to say he plays assholes, but like on Caddyshack, for instance, he was a little bit of a sarcastic asshole during the majority of that movie. Um, and then when he was on, I believe he was on Porky's as well. He was kind of a nice guy on that, but he was a little bit tougher than he was on Are You in the House Alone. But that is the only one of these that I've ever seen all the way through. Um, but I'm looking forward to these others, the Calendar Girl Murders and the Child in the Night. They actually sound pretty interesting as well. Um,
I picked up that other one that has that movie with Jennifer Jason Lee where she's like sex trafficked in Japan. I forget what it's
oh,
called, but they used to
yeah,
show that on Showtime or something. I mean, like back in the early '80s. That
right.
was a real trip.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that one, but I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember the title of it either. Maybe somebody else can remember what the uh what the title
I don't
is.
have anything near me, or I would, I'd be like, oh, hey, this is it. But I'm not gonna
Right.
like go back in the other room back and forth. So
Yeah, I'm like that too. A lot of times you guys will hear me say when I'm doing streams and I'll say I don't have a visual for this one because didn't want to get my lazy ass back there to dig it out of the very back room where all my DVDs are at. Because there's a few movies that I still only have on DVD that I haven't, either they haven't come out on a Blu-ray or 4K, or I just haven't gotten around to purchasing them. But
hey,
Darren, you were.
besides,
Oh, I'm sorry, Texas. Go
no,
ahead.
I'm sorry, but I was just gonna say, besides old Curly Jaws, we're missing Robert Long. I mean,
Yeah, we're missing Robert Long. Where the heck? Where are these people? And as you can see, Uncle Bill is telling fibs because he's not in here either. So
right? Well, maybe he's got to deal with the kitty winks or something. I don't
maybe,
know.
or his little doggy, his little fur ball that's so cute. But I've got five of those. I've got five dogs that sometimes, as you guys have plainly seen on more than one occasion, that I have to get up and take care of them during my stream. Um, Darren, you were, I guess you were still talking about Aja. You said, I don't think she looks after herself much. Her sister is looking really good now. I don't ever, I don't ever see, I guess I don't go looking exactly, but I don't ever see anything about her sister. Um, Maybe Steve has. So Dirk's got a stream later. Well, I got a thumbs up when I sent you the link, Darren, and I got a thumbs up from Dirk as well when I sent the link to him. So I didn't know for sure if that meant, oh, that's cool, Dana, or that's cool, Dana will be in the stream. So I wasn't sure.
I
Um,
I even posted your original post to my Facebook and told people I was going to be on here, just thinking that somebody might bite, but nah, nothing but a bunch of wimps.
I'm gonna tell everybody. Texas is calling everybody out now. Is he's calling everybody out. I mean, he got on here. He's not afraid to get on here. And I would imagine even if he had a camera, he wouldn't be afraid to get on here. And like he's taken pictures or had pictures taken with him with his Uncle Bill shirt on. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's right. I'm a superstar.
yeah, that's right. So, Darren, you say Fior. Is that how you pronounce it? Do you know Texas? Is it Fior? Is that how you pronounce Aja's sister's name?
Shit, I didn't even know she had a sister.
I think it might be her half sister. Darren, is that her half sister? I was thinking Steve told me that Fior was her half sister, but so anyway, um, we're probably going to go ahead and get started here in just a bit with Evil Laugh, and I put the link to Evil Laugh in the chat. It's also should be included in the description for this watch along. So, okay, Darren, you say half sister. Yeah, okay. I thought that's what the case was. Um, I don't even know if I know what, like you said, Fiora is on Facebook, but I don't think I've seen her since, like, wasn't she at the beginning of, was she at the beginning of Phenomenon, or was she in Demons, or both of them maybe? I don't know. I can't remember at this point. My brain's just mush anymore, and I think the I think the long COVID has just about finished me off. You know how they say brain fog is one of those symptoms. Soon I'll be sitting somewhere drooling, I guess, because I just won't have a brain at all. So so Darren, you say she was in both, so okay. I'm not completely losing it then.
She's
Uh,
no Tissa Farrow, is she?
oh, no, I don't think so. I so speaking of Tisa Farrow, I almost asked Ian McCullough today how it was to act alongside her, but then I thought, well, I don't know exactly how they got along on set, so maybe I shouldn't ask him
All
that.
you'd have to say is she as crazy as her sister? You know?
Now, see, that's the thing about. I always liked Mia Farrow. I even watched that. Um, Gosh, I'm trying to remember what it was called exactly, but this has been a lot of years ago. There was a movie about Mia Farrow's life and all her. I mean, she had. I did not realize she had relationships with all of these different men, Frank Sinatra and that opera singer and well, of course Woody Allen, that was the big scandalous thing. And but I always liked Mia Farrow in movies. I don't, other than watching that movie, I don't know that much about her personal life. Um so I had heard though that don't they have another sister? Doesn't Mia and Tisa
Yeah,
don't
I think so.
gosh, what was her name? Because the Beatles wrote a song about her. When they
No,
were
that was actually about Mia. Actually, I think.
Was it
Well,
about Mia? Okay.
I think,
Maybe
or
they
maybe
just
it was both of them because that was when they were doing that whole Indian thing
yeah,
regime.
yeah, and the Maharishi, he was like they found out that he was like fooling around with some of the girls.
Yeah. Hmm.
But maybe when the Beatles did that song, Dear
Prudence.
Prudence, that
Yeah.
was the song. So perhaps they just kind of disguised it. Um, but they knew what they were talking about. They knew what they were singing about. But anyways, Texas, is there anything that you want to talk about that's been going on with you, or anything you want to promote before we get
Um.
started?
Well, I do have to say a few words about this wonderful woman that I know that um, I talk to like every day on a constant basis. And she's really silly at times. And I love that. And I'll just promote her really because, you know, Dana, as I've told you before, I'm slightly better looking than the Elephant Man. So I'm very blessed, that she can overlook that.
You know what I say, Texas? We're the average people. We're not the what do they call them, beautiful people. We're not like Hollywood people, LA people, whatever you want to call them. I just think of myself as a average gal doing average things. So
Well, actually, that I say that all the time, but that's actually a line from a song. So, yeah.
ah, gotcha. Gotcha.
See, and now everybody knows what the HXCX means because I wrote it out because I got tired of Uncle Bill always saying
Right.
that I was something challenged. I can't remember, but it was ridiculous. So
I
I,
don't you know what you need to do, Texas. I've learned over the many years of interacting with Uncle Bill and CK, is it's better just to throw it right back at them.
oh, historically challenged. That's what he would say. I'd be like,
Yeah, right.
I'm like, the fuck does that mean? So,
So you
sorry if
just
I'm cursing too much because I don't
no,
want to get
no, it's
thrown off
fine.
the air.
Nah. What I have learned, like at first, I was a little taken aback by some things they said, and I don't think I'm going to get myself in trouble with CK or Uncle Bill by saying this because they were always nice to me from the first time I met them up until now. And I'm sure beyond now they will be. But I had to get used to their humor, um, and how they interact with people. And I would take it as a compliment, Texas, that Uncle Bill says what he says because that means he likes you. There's something about you he likes, or he wouldn't do that.
Well, when Wes sent him the photo of me wearing the shirt, you
Uh-huh.
know, so it was it was a while back, of course, but I said, so you know, Uncle Bill, did you see the photo? And then he actually says, okay, wait, everybody, I have to comment on this real quick. And he goes, yes, I got the picture. And he goes, thank you. He goes, that was the best fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. So, I mean, that was a huge compliment, I thought.
Yes. Yeah. That and that's the kind of compliments you will get from both of them. And like I said, the longer you know them, the more entertaining their comments become. so, um, so is there anything else you want to talk about, Texas, before we get started with the watch along?
Well, uh, thank you for having me, definitely, for
Oh,
sure.
sure.
And no, I'm just in a really happy place in my life right now, and I feel great. So, I mean,
Well, that's what
and
we like to hear.
yeah, and I mean, seeing like you guys and like discovering, all this too has really been very beneficial to me, to find, uh, people that, like the same sort of weird stuff that I like, so I guess,
Right.
it's one thing.
Yeah, there was a time in my life living in my little bitty hometown where people would look at you like you got up and put your clothes on sideways. If you mentioned some of these movies, they're like, Dana, what are you talking about? We don't even know what you're talking about. So it was almost, well, it wasn't almost, it was a godsend for me. And I know some people don't believe, but that's the way I talk when I talk about these things. That it was a godsend for me to discover like the Dead Pit guys and finding Steve, and because Steve is my soulmate. And if I hadn't met the Dead Pit boys, I wouldn't have met Steve. I wouldn't have met all these great friends that I have now. I wouldn't have met you guys through the streams. None of this would have happened. And I can feel Wes's head getting bigger as I'm saying this because bless his heart, he already takes credit for the many marriages, relationships, all kinds of things that have happened since people got involved with Dead Pit. I mean, um, Jenny and Vaughn got together. Me and Steve got together. I mean, there have literally been several relationships that have gotten started because of the I guess the group gatherings, back when Dead Pit was at all the conventions just about, or all the ones that we could get to. I just started hanging out with that group of people, and it was like every convention we went to there for a while, the same people were there, and it's like, "Hey, how you doing?" Giving each other hugs and shaking hands with people, and just, it's just really really been a great experience. I didn't realize what a lonely person I was until I started hanging out with all the people that I hang out with now. Um, and I was a very lonely, shy, kind of, I guess, backwards person. And I have come out of that so much over the years. Years and years ago, you wouldn't have caught me doing streams like this and doing watch-alongs. I would have been too afraid to do that. So I totally get where you're coming from with that. So I say, welcome, and you're welcome to be on here anytime, Texas.
Well, I appreciate that, and I also want to thank Darren because Darren, you know, he accepted my request on Facebook, and I need to shoot him some messages and stuff. But dude is a stand-up guy, and so is Dirk, even though Dirk's not
Oh,
here.
yes. I miss Dirk when he's not here. Darren, you're saying, Dana, I can come on audio. Oh, okay. Darren, I'll tell you what. I guess we can have you do like Texas, because Texas is just audio only. So if you want to click on the link that I sent to you, you should pop up on here, and that way I can add you to the stream with us. So Blissful says that she has the same outlook, and she says, "You found your tribe." Exactly. I do feel like we're a tribe. We're not a tribe of Indians, but or Native Americans, but we're some kind of tribe. We're a horror tribe or something. But I'll see if Darren pops up here, because that's all you had to do, right? Texas was just click on the link.
Yeah, just I had to make sure that my mic was working and all that sort of stuff. So, but
Okay.
yeah, it's all
Yeah,
good.
I want to definitely give Darren a minute or two to see if I'm looking down here to see if he pops up so I can add him. I know we've been doing the Euro cult thing, and for a couple of weeks I know Darren was having a little bit of trouble. I don't know if it was on our end or his, or a little bit of both, or what, but it may take him a bit, but we can kind of,
Yeah, it's no worries.
yeah, if nobody minds, we can BS a little bit and wait, and um, I'll keep watching in the chat to make sure that Darren doesn't say, "Well, screw it, I can't get something to work right." So, um, but yeah, I was trying to think if there was anything coming up that I wanted to talk about. Well, of course, I'll be doing Tuesday. I'll be doing the next installment of Argento versus Fulci, and oh, okay. I think Darren can't find the link, so
Um, maybe I can send it to him. Uh, give me
I
one
can
second.
maybe hold on just a second here. Let's see. So I made a copy of that. Let's see.
Yeah, I just sent him the link in the
Oh, did you?
in
Okay.
Facebook, or on the messenger at least. Because what I did was I just used your message on my computer, so I could just so I wouldn't be on my phone and click that, and then it brought me up to a page.
Gotcha. Yeah, usually I've come in on a few of the Dead Pit related things, and been on stuff with Uncle Bill, and basically I click on the link they send me, and then I just wait, and I'm backstage so to speak, until they click on me and add me. So let's see. Darren, I believe Texas sent it to you, and I think I put it in the private chat if you could see it on there as well. So let me know if you need us to. I mean, heck, I could maybe just put it in here, maybe.
Yeah, you might want to send it to him, Dana, because I sent him the message and it didn't give the link. I thought it might.
Okay. Hold on just 1 second.
That's weird. I don't know why it didn't show the whole thing.
Yeah, that's strange. Okay. Let's just do this here. Okay. Maybe that'll do it there. Okay. Okay, so Darren, I sent it to you on Messenger. I think you can click on it that way. Because I do apologize. It's like I said, I'm still learning things with StreamYard, and I'm sure I'm going to run into little kinks here and there. But as I was saying, Tuesday I'll be doing the. I guess we're on week 3 of Argento versus Fulci. And just in case somebody didn't hear the movies that I'll be talking about for Tuesday, Argento's movies are Trauma, Stendhal Syndrome, Phantom of the Opera, Sleepless, and The Card Player. And I know some people don't, I'm pretty sure some people don't care much for The Card Player. So that's, oh, there's Darren. Okay. So let's get Darren added here. Hey, Darren, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
I haven't used StreamYard before, so I've got no picture or anything to put up.
Oh, well, that's okay.
It's easy to set one up. It'll just say edit, and you can, just upload a picture to it. So it's no big deal.
Oh, right. I'll sort all that out in the coming days and that. I can go on cam, but I don't think anyone wants to see my ugly mug at this time of night.
Aaron.
I will, though. I will in the future, I promise.
Okay. Well, like I said, you guys are all welcome to come on anytime you want to. I will say that right now, with me using the version of StreamYard, I'm just using the free version right now till I decide if I want to go whole hog into it and pay the money out every month for it. Which, if I take the middle of the road jobby, I think it's only like $25 a month, but I still don't think you can have any more than 6 people on the stream, which would be me and 5 other people, of course. But we only got 3 tonight. It's like Texas said, people wimped out on us. I sent a invite to old Curly Jaws even, and he didn't even. I figured he'd be all over that.
Right. So what's the difference then between StreamYard free and StreamYard that you've got to pay for? Because if it's only the watermark, I don't think looks that bad.
Well, I have noticed there's the watermark, and then you can't have different logos if you're not paying. They may have limitations on how many, like I had my intro. I transferred my intro over from OBS to here. But I don't know how many video clips that you can have. You may be limited on that. I think there's other things like banners and things like that that you kind of have to use their stuff unless
Oh,
you
right.
pay. And there's 3 different levels, and I think Dead Pit is using the middle of the road level. I think they're using the $25 one. Um, and then
It's
there's a
definitely it's definitely the way forward, I think, because your stream does look really good now
well, I
compared to
appreciate
last
that.
week.
I appreciate people letting me know because that helps me make a decision. And I think I have, and of course, Wes will take credit for that as well, I'm sure. But he's been telling me for months that I need to use StreamYard rather than OBS. But I wasn't trying to be extra stubborn. I was just, you know how you get into this, I don't want to say a rut, but you get used to something and
Yeah,
it's hard
yeah.
to switch over. Um, but I'm
I
learning.
what I would do is I would just carry on like you're doing with the free version until you get some money behind you for sure. With what's happening with your job and that, and then
Mhm,
go for it and go for the $25 one because
mhm.
Steve could use it then as well. See,
Yeah, he could, but Steve uses StreamYard through the Dead Pit stuff. Like when he does his stream, his 6 o'clock stream, that's through Dead Pit. Of course, he goes through StreamYard, but I don't think Wes has got him converted yet. I think Wes has got me converted.
oh
And
okay,
um I think Wes even told Steve that he needed to do the Eurocult thing through StreamYard, that it would
yeah,
be
because
easier and better.
apparently it sounds better. Wes was saying.
Hmm Darren, I just wanted to ask you, is there anything that you wanted to talk about before we got started or promote or anything?
Um, I've just got my DVD loaded now. I can't think of nothing offhand.
Okay.
Just asked you about the convention really and how you enjoyed it and that.
Oh, I did enjoy it. Did you I didn't know, I couldn't remember if you had seen my pictures, me with Ian McCullough and uh
Yeah, yeah. He's a
okay.
really, from what I've read and what I've seen online, he's a really cool guy. Did he interact with you much?
He did actually. Of course, it wasn't like, and I felt kind of bad for him because, well, maybe he didn't want like a 10,000 people hanging around his table, but um, I was like super excited to meet him, and like when I got over there to his table, there was only one guy ahead of me. Um, and so I pretty much got to go right up there. And of course, I always try to be proper and respectful, and I call them Mr. or Mrs. whoever. Like I went up to him, shook his hand. I said, "It's nice to meet you, Mr. McCullough." And he's like, "Ian, Ian." And I was like, "Okay." I said, "You're awesome and zombie." And I was kind of gushing a little bit. And he's this very, what I would call a proper English gentleman,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
he's very, uh, he's not a snob. He's just seems refined, and very, very polite, very cordial, appreciates everything that you say. And I thought it was funny. He said he was actually ashamed of his performance in Zombie. I was like, "No, no." I said, "You were great in that."
yeah. I think it actually works for the film. His performance it works for him in a way because
Mhm.
his acting ability and all that. You can see is like a different level to the other actors. No disrespect to
Right.
the other actors, but yeah, he's superb in that. He hasn't got quite a lot to do in Zombie Holocaust, by the way, but that's a different story.
Right, exactly. And, so he talked to me and Steve. He noticed my accent, and asked, where exactly I was from, and so I was explaining to him, and then, he I think Steve thought, "Oh, he wants to know my name because he's going to put it on the little zombie mini poster that Dana got. And Steve was like, "Oh no, that's just for my wife." And he's like, "Oh no, I just want to know your name." And Steve told him, and then Steve said, "I met you several years ago at Cinema Wasteland," and he was like, "Oh, that's in Cleveland, right?" And Steve said, "Yeah, just outside of Cleveland." And he was telling us a funny story about how him and the other, I guess him and the other guys that were in Zombie, Richard Johnson, Al Cliver, because Steve got the fortunate experience of meeting all of those guys in like 2008 at Cinema Wasteland. And so he was telling us, he said they all got in a taxi and they told the taxi driver, "We need to get to Central Cleveland." And they said he said the taxi driver looked at him like, "What in the heck are you talking about?" So that was kind of funny because, here you've got an English actor, and you've got Italian guys and everything else. I just think that is so funny, though.
And I still stand by that it's a better film than Dawn of the Dead. I know I get a bit of stick for that, but I think Dirk's with me on that one.
Yeah, I think he is too. Dirk loves Zombie. He absolutely loves Zombie. And I love Zombie too. Heck, I got my Zombie shirt on tonight. This is what I wore to the convention. I was like, I'm going to meet Ian McAuliffe, and so I'm going to have my Zombie shirt on for sure.
Awesome.
I'm wearing my Bad Gateway shirt, by the way. So.
Oh, gotcha.
It's nice to meet you anyway, Tex. Like, thanks for the kind words earlier.
Oh man, no worries about that. You've always been, I think one of the coolest people before I even, I mean, this is our first time talking, but I was like, man, this guy is pretty cool. And, and
yeah, well, you're
no
the
worries.
same.
Well, I appreciate that. So yeah, I have one question for you. What's your opinion of like the whole video nasties debacle back in the day? Because I'm really sort of into that right now.
Right, so it kind of happened when I must have been about 11, 12. So at the time, I was renting movies. I was getting other people, my sister and that, to rent films for me and what have you. So it didn't really hit me that bad because, when you're 12 years old, all you want to do is see the film. You don't really know about missing, cuts and stuff of the film. But it was plastered everywhere, all over the newspapers, all over the television. And then a bit later, when I wanted to see the uncut versions of the films, then it sort of hit me a bit when I was like 16, 17. And of course, even like up until recently, some of the films are still unable to, get them uncut in the UK, which is crazy. I think the New York Rip is still cut. Yeah, I think you've got to import to get, but it is getting better because Last Ace on the Left and films like that, have become uncut now. So, but yeah, kind of, it was massive at the time.
It was really strange because going back, like when that was happening there, I guess I was about 16, but I didn't know anything about it. You know how that was going over here. And then about 4 years later, we had the whole deal with the Tipper Gore and the PMRC, which was basically the same thing, except, it was a witch hunt on music and musicians and stuff. So it was really like, I'm like, wait, so I was like, they did this in Britain, and then we had this over here, and it's like, this is too bizarre. It was really strange.
Well, that kind of hit me more, to be honest, with what was happening in the States with the music, because I was a big heavy metal sort of listener at the time, Megadeth and stuff like that, Metallica. And yeah, so I was getting, to hear about that more, if not more at the time. Certainly, 1987 onwards, where the video nasty sort of thing died out by that time. It was still, it's still happening, but it kind of died out. But yeah, the music did affect us over here as well, with the lyrics on, on the sleeves and that.
And then it's just funny how decades later, what supposedly like bad for everyone is like, oh, it's okay now. It doesn't really matter. So stupid.
Yeah, it's crazy. Even like I say, the UK still got the odd one here and there we can't get past. But it's crazy now. Everything's full circle. You can, and so it should be. Nothing should be censored in my eyes. To be honest,
Oh, definitely.
I think everyone should have a choice.
But yeah, I'm just it's a pleasure to actually get your opinion on that and talk to you about that, because I haven't talked to anybody overseas about that.
Yeah, and also with that as well, we had a crazy situation in the early '90s with I think it was Child's Play 3.
Right.
There was a really nasty killing of a young boy. Two young, I think 10-year-old boys took this one young boy free from his mother in a shopping mall, and they took him onto train tracks and stoned him to death, sexually molested him and killed him basically. And it all came out then that their father was letting them watch Child's Play 3, and all that became this big debacle. So yeah, it's crazy situation.
Yeah, I actually remember that because I had a friend who she had asked me, she was from Britain, and asked me if I had heard about it because she was a nanny at the time. And I said, yeah, I kind of heard about it. And she's just like, she goes, yeah, that hardly any kind of crimes like that happen over there. And then when they do, it's just that like people just really get up in arms because it's a really tragic thing. Like over here, we get just stupid things every day, and
oh yeah, absolutely. I'm always watching the news, like the American news and that. And sometimes, like you say, it's just crazy with the school shootings and all that. We've just not long, a few weeks ago, had a similar. A young girl at 10 got shot in her house in the same place actually where the young Bulger boy that I was just on about in Liverpool.
Mhm.
So it's mad. The world's gone mad. I was going to swear then, but shouldn't.
yeah,
The world's gone crazy.
definitely.
So it looks like we got a few more people in here. John's in here. TJ's in here. So we got at least 8 people total in here, which is that's pretty decent. So if everybody's ready and got their movie queued up for the people that want to watch it along with us, let me switch to mine. I am using the YouTube link that I provided for everybody, and I've got mine queued up to Cinevest Presents. Is on the screen. So if everybody wants to take a minute or so to get queued up.
I got the DVD, but I can't see it being out much, to be honest. And we can always get like a timestamp on that.
Okay.
But they seem to work well in the last one you've done, because even though I was a few seconds before,
right.
I think I was a few seconds after actually, and it seemed to work well with the way you were talking about the film. So we'll try it like this.
Right. Yeah, and that is fine with me. I just some of these movies that I pick to do watch-alongs for, sometimes Steve will tell me, he's like, "Do you really think anybody's going to have that movie, Dana, but you?" I said, "Well, if I can find it on YouTube, if I can find a link on YouTube or something, usually that works out pretty well." And unlike Darren, I mean, I have a DVD of this. But again, my lazy ass didn't want to go back there to where my DVDs were and dig that one out. So I just thought, I'll just use the link.
And that DVD is actually worth a fair bit of money, mind. You know that, don't you?
Yes. And but see, here's the thing, Darren, that I do, and I probably shouldn't. is I have to wait until I have another copy of it that I can buy or whatever. Like, let's say there's a Blu-ray and a 4K comes out. I can't let go of my Blu-ray until I have that 4K in my hand. And of course, what happens is as soon as the 4K comes out, nobody wants the Blu-ray anymore. Unless
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
unless they don't have the ability to watch it on 4K, and in which case they might be clamoring for the Blu-ray. But I have the inability to let go of my former release until I have the new release in my hand. And Steve's always like, "Well, it's too late then, Dana. No, nobody's gonna want it. It's
yeah. I'm
not
the same
there
with the.
anymore."
You've got the two Sleepaway Camp
Mhm.
sequels on Scream Factory. Everyone's telling me to sell them, but I can't. even
Exactly. I'm
even
the
though I
same.
got the Region 2 as well release. So have you heard about the Terror on Tour Blu-ray? Because not Terror on Tour. What's the one now?
Trick or
Terror at
treat.
10 Terror at 10 Killer.
Oh, Terror at 10 Killer. Um,
Someone said that that's been nixed now. Apparently,
are you kidding me? Well, I
I did
guess.
read it. Don't take me for gospel on that, but I did read it. But I did. They didn't say why. It
Well,
was
you
on
know
some
what?
forum on it.
I'm gonna check that on Amazon because it's still showing up as pre-order on Amazon. Um,
Oh, you might
but
be okay. Then.
but let me. I'm gonna be mad if they do that because let's
It was
see.
on Discord. Where I'm in a chat like on Discord, and someone
Uh huh.
said, yeah, that it's been they're not doing it anymore. It's been
Huh.
cancelled or something. But again,
Well.
that's
Hmm.
that's a forum, so take it as you will.
They're still showing. I mean, I'm not saying that they won't take this off of here in the next day or so, but it's still saying the U.S. Amazon anyway is saying this title will be released on October 25th. I mean,
Oh, okay.
they want $29.95 for it, which honestly I don't think it's really worth that much, but I'm gonna get it just because I like that crazy movie. Um,
Yeah, yeah. It's got something, it's something about that film. It just, again, it's like I'm like with you, as you know, like we do the podcast together, and I like Terror on Tour. I like all the crappy old movies like that. They're just
yeah,
cheesy.
and God bless you for it, Darren, because if I didn't have some of you guys that like some of that stuff, I think Steve would just steamroll right over top of me because he says, "Tina, why do you like this shit? I mean, why? What do you get out of it?"
And the thing
Um,
is, I can't even argue that it's not shit because it is.
I
But
can't either, but it's fun shit. I don't know.
yeah, yeah.
I can't put my finger on it exactly. It's just fun. Um,
I
it's
have a ridiculous funny anecdote about my mom, right quick, if I can.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, she hated, well, hate's too strong of a word, but she wasn't a fan of horror movies at all. But years ago when I was living in California, she called me up. She's watching Child's Play on TV. And she goes, "I'm watching this movie, Child's Play." And she's like, "You've seen that?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And she goes, she goes, "Why is that doll being so mean to that little boy?" And I'm just like, oh boy, just kind of like, but she watched Army of Darkness and she loved
Mm,
that. So my mom wasn't that bad. So I got to give her full props. May she, rest in peace. But hey,
mm. I've talked a lot over time about both of my parents. My mom being the stronger horror fan over the years, but her and my dad, as I've said many, many times, they went to the drive-in a lot when drive-ins were still super popular. And I was taken along with them when I was pretty young. Um, And my brother, I remember when my brother was a baby in his little carrier, mom and dad would load us all up in the car. We would go to the drive-in. And so my brother didn't, he being a baby, he didn't get the same experience as I did because I was still quite young. But I remember bits and pieces of things that they went to see. For instance, I remember when my parents went to see prom night. I remembered, even years later when I was actually able to watch the whole movie and I was old enough to realize what was going on. I remembered the very beginning of prom night where the kids accidentally cause Robin to fall out of the window to her death. But that was the only thing I remembered from prom night when I went to the drive-in with my parents. I remember a few scenes from Death Ship. That was another one they went to see. There was a vampire film. I don't remember which vampire film that they went to see. So there were just little bits and pieces of things over the years that I remember. And my mom used to be a big slasher movie fan. She would watch the Friday the 13th and all of the offshoots of Friday the 13th. But now my mom is more of a ghost, haunted house type of. She's kind of left the slasher stuff by the wayside, mainly because she said that stuff started scaring her. Because I know I've told this story before. My dad built her a little cabin where she could go up and be by herself when she just needed to get away. And she started taking a portable DVD player up there. And she would watch the Friday the 13th and stuff like that up there. And then she said, I can't do that anymore. She's like, it's getting to me. Here I am sitting up here in this cabin by myself in the woods. And she's watching Jason Voorhees massacre a bunch of people. She just can't do that anymore.
I tell you what, that's one cool way to watch those films. Oh, I'd love to do that.
Yeah, and I wish she could still do it because when I was still living with my parents, sometimes mom would invite me up to her cabin when she wanted somebody, when she didn't want to purely stay alone. And I would go up there, and dad put in a stove for her so she could cook up there. I mean, it would take a lot longer than like using your electric stove or your gas stove or whatever and cooking something at your house. But it was, it's like you're roughing it. It was like pioneer times. And she made a pot of soup on that stove. And I went up there and hung out with my mom for a while. And I tell you, when you're a kid, you kind of want to get away from your parents all the time, and when you're a teenager, you want to get away from your parents all the time, usually, because parents just aren't cool. But then when you get, I'd say about the time I got in my 20s, and I was a really late bloomer, so I was still living at home with my parents when I was in my 30s. Me and Steve didn't get married until I was in my middle 30s. So, during that time period, I got really close to my mom and spent a lot of time around her. And, my mom is a pretty cool person now. I didn't think so when I was a kid, but now I do.
Well,
So,
that's like the problem I had growing up, really, because, there was no one apart from my sister who, and her boyfriend, they would get videos out for me to rent, watch. That's how I watched Evil Dead, Friday the 13th, all the, the Burning, I remember. But I didn't really, you'd have people in the school ground, schoolyard talking about films and that, but I didn't really have anyone I could really talk to about, horror films. And that probably all the way, through to adulthood. I know at this moment now, I've only really got the one mate who's into horror films.
mm-hmm.
So it's, difficult at times. Really. That's why most of my friends I talk to horror films about are online.
Yeah, I was talking about that a little bit earlier too, that my little bitty hometown, there weren't a lot of people, that hardly any, that liked the same movies that I did. They would literally look at me like I got up in the morning and put my clothes on sideways. But when I would start talking about these movies, if I mentioned The Evil Dead and stuff like that, they'd be like, "What in the heck are you talking about? We don't like that stuff." Um,
God, I can remember the tree rape in that, watching that when I was like 11, 12. Just absolutely, scared stiff. And The Exorcist, I remember as well. I watched that way too young. I think I was like 9 or 10.
Didn't Dirk watch The Exorcist real young too? Like, wasn't he
Yeah, I think
real
so.
young?
Yeah. And of
Um,
course, I said on the podcast, and Steve has probably got the same sort of remembering as me. But Salem's Lot was another. Oh God, that film with the floating at the window. You've got so many scenes in that film
I
that
think
just freaked me out.
That's such
Steve
a
told me.
weird movie, though, like at times, because I was watching this thing the other day and they showed that scene from the window, and that is really terrifying. I hadn't seen that in like a long time, and I was like, ugh, it was really bringing back these memories, and I'm just like, man. But I still can't, for some reason, I just don't see, like, David Soul. I don't know. I think they really should have had, I don't know, somebody else, but considering it was a TV movie, but Jeffrey Lewis is so great, in it. And, Lance Kerwin, because I used to watch that short-lived show he had, James at 16, which, I liked, but I'm a sucker for like coming of age shit. So
I am too.
So didn't you like David Soul's performance then?
I mean, I'm gonna have to really rewatch it. But it's just kind of, when I'm watching it, I'm just the scene that I saw the other day, I was just like, because I kind of forgot he was in there, and I mean, like, I don't know. The thing that I really liked him in the most was Magnum Force with Clint Eastwood, because he was this
right,
rogue
yeah.
cop, and stuff. And I thought he was great in that. It's probably just because I hadn't seen it in a long time, and I just kind of thought, geez, that's weird. Why is he in this?
I don't know. I think he's so likable in Salem's Lot. He's one of the main reasons I like the film. It's just his character is so likable, and I think he does a great job.
Yeah, like I said, it's been, several decades since I've seen it, so I really need to kind of go back and rewatch it and stuff.
I'm just
we all
wondering.
got different opinions, though, haven't we?
Yeah, but I mean, I kind of, you're probably right, though. Like I said, I probably haven't seen this thing in over 30 something years. So I'm like, because I saw it when it came out. I think I was either 13 or 14. So yeah, it's been quite a while.
I'm wondering if I'm in the minority on, because I love the scene that y'all are talking about where the kid comes back and he's floating outside the window and he's like, "Let me in, Mark." That's a creepy scene. But I'll tell you, my favorite scene that just kind of gives me the shivers every time I watch it is when the cemetery caretaker, Mike, comes back and he shows up at the teacher's house and he's in the rocking chair. And when he raises up his head and looks at the teacher, and his eyes are glowing, and he's just like, "Look at me, teacher." And he's just the way he moves, the way he does, that gives me cold chills every time I watch it. That guy was amazing.
Yeah, that scene is really scary. There's so many in that film as well. Like, you've got when the young boy gets he's going through the woods on the way home, and then you've got the big. It's almost slasher like, where you've got the vampire then comes onto screen, and you've got a scary scene as well in the hospital with the woman.
Yeah.
With when she turns into a vampire. Oh my God. I honestly believe that film should be talked about. Obviously, not as much as Texas Chainsaw, but it should be right up there because I think it's fantastic. Probably one of the best TV films ever made.
Oh yeah, and
Horror films, anyway.
yes, and I don't think there's anything that really, as far as TV films, can rival that movie. I mean, that thing had everything in it. And it really, in my opinion, didn't have any weak spots in it. Um,
No, it's if you watch the two versions together, you've got part one and part two. Is what we've seen it in the UK, and
mhm,
even there, if you watch the 3 hour version, you can put it on and it's just gone like that. Before you know it, you're like 2 hours into it. It's that good.
mhm. Okay, well, guys, I hate to this has been an excellent conversation, and I would love to just have where we just BS. I hope y'all don't take offense at that, but just shoot the breeze a little bit sometime. Maybe we can get together and do that. Uh, but
If I talk too much, just tell me to shut
oh
up.
no, Aaron, you're fine. But all I was thinking was if we don't get this movie started, it's going to be midnight. So I just, you guys, once we put the movie on, you can talk about the movie, you can talk about Salem's Lot, you can talk about whatever you want. But I just wanted to make sure we got the movie started at least in the background. So I am going to go ahead and do the 3, 2, 1 and hit play. And again, we're on Cinevest Presents. So I'm going to do the countdown. So 3, 2, 1, play. And I am going to mute the sound for mine because, and speaking of we haven't got there yet because the movie's just started. But this seems creepy anyway. That I don't know the atmosphere, that house, and the the for lease sign that somebody spray painted or wrote and they wrote "stay away" on it. I mean, all of that just seems really creepy and unsettling to me. And then
It's been a while since I've seen this one.
You have this goofy scare here at the beginning with the guy from bringing the groceries and this
That's
crazy.
not the audio's not bleeding through, is it? Because I don't know if I should keep mine on mute either.
Well, I'm not hearing it from your end, Texas. So I think you're good. But I
Okay.
think mine. And of course, I've seen this movie so many times. I really don't need the audio.
Because I've never seen this, so I'm jumping in blind here.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that's fine with me. I'm not hearing.
I just don't want it to, bleed through or anything.
And I do apologize that this isn't the best. If you guys are watching the YouTube version, it's not the best quality, but it was the best one I could find. And the DVD does look better. I think Darren would probably agree with that.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. I got it on 65-inch, so it doesn't look too bad. Could do with a Blu-ray though.
Yes.
Is this guy in the car? Is he some sort of albino or something? I can't really tell.
This guy is weird looking, and he acts weird, and I don't know.
It's so out of focus that I'm like, what so.
Yeah, but even when it zooms in on this guy, he still looks odd.
I thought it was Ivan Razumov for a minute from the Giallo film.
So sorry if I MST3K this or something, but
that's fine. That's cool. I kind of do that a little bit with all of these films that I've picked.
It's probably the best way to watch them is to take the Mickey out of them.
Yeah, I mean because why pick something that you can't make fun of at least a little bit?
Did he say something about monkey brains?
Yeah, these. Okay, so we don't know this now, but this guy and the other people that show up here in a little bit
Mhm.
are medical students. And they eat the weirdest shit I have ever seen. You know, like they want to eat like calves' hearts.
Oh,
And it's like, oh my gosh, what in the world?
Yeah, it'll all come back to me now as I'm starting to watch it.
See, I mean, you're getting a close up of this guy, and he still looks weird. He is a strange looking dude. And he's pissed because they didn't bring him all his stuff that he wanted.
And this film, of course, happened long before Scream from 1996 as well. And it's
Yeah.
got that kind of, same sort of sense of humor. And, it reminds me a little bit of Scream at times.
It
Or it
does
did.
me too. And this guy's toast. Jerry's
Oh
toast.
shit! Well, he's not going to need any monkey brains or anything. He's probably going to just be eating his own innards now or something.
Now keep this in mind. You're seeing this steaming heart. This heart's going to show up a little bit later. Now,
Yeah,
Dominique Brasha, this is a name that you Friday 5 fans will know or should know, I guess, because he played Joey, Mr. Candy Bar Man from Friday 5. And
yeah, I
Steven,
was going to mention that. Did he do any other films, Dana? Did he direct any other films?
he did. I think he had a production company with. Did you see Stephen Bayo's name come up? That is Scott Baio's brother.
Yeah,
And so Dominic Brasha and Stephen Baio and I think Johnny Vinokur, who is also in this movie, and you guys will probably know Johnny Vinokur also from Savage Streets and some other films, but definitely Savage Streets. And I think it was Johnny Vinokur and Dominic Brasha and Stephen Baio. They all had a company together, and I think that they put out at least 3 films, maybe more. And there was one that they did called like A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. I don't even remember what it was about. It was definitely not a horror movie. And I want to say that they did something like Hard Rock Zombies or something. That was another horror movie that they did.
Wow, look at that guy's wig.
Here's the Barney character reading the Fangoria magazine, and he is he's the Randy prototype, in my opinion, for Scream. And Darren would probably agree with me on that.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, he's reading the Fangoria with the Friday the 13th Part 5.
Yes.
But I meant to ask Dana, I don't know if Tex knows, but didn't the director of this, Corey Feldman, sort of accused him of rape or what have you?
Well,
allegedly, I should say.
I'm not really sure about the Corey Feldman side of it so much, because I like Corey Feldman a lot as an actor, but I don't know what has happened to that poor guy. He's messed up in a lot of ways. So I don't know about his take on it, but I know just after Corey Haim died, there was a guy that was going on Facebook that said he was a friend of Corey Haim's family. He was a real good friend of Corey Haim's mom. And that Corey Haim's mom said that Dominic Brasha is the one that raped her son.
Yeah, that's where Feldman didn't actually say he raped, Corey Feldman, but he said he raped my friend Corey Haim. So, yeah, that's kind of fucked up, pardon my language, but it's not good, is it?
No, and of course, I mean, they said all of that stuff, unfortunately, about the time that Dominic Brasha passed away. So I think before that, I think just before that, what's going on, Steve? Oh gosh, go away.
It's funny, like seeing him without his shirt off. He kind of looks like Robert Gibson from the Rock and Roll Express. It's kind of funny.
Steve.
Let me say something.
I'm afraid to talk now.
Yeah, because Steve's playing around with his iPhone.
Dominic Brasha raped Corey Haim.
Dominic Brasha raped Corey Haim.
You should do the whole commentary like that.
Oh Lord. I don't know. Steve doesn't want to participate in these watch-alongs and stuff, but he wants to come back here and like play with his iPhone. But
we'll have to get Steve on one of them.
Yeah, I told him now that I know how to add people on StreamYard, which in Wes's defense, he did tell me how much easier it was to add somebody to StreamYard than it is OBS. You have to jump through so many damn hoops to add somebody on OBS that I have to admit it is easier. But anyway, I think as I was talking about Dominic Brasha, I think when that first came out, I think Dominic Brasha, he denied it, and people weren't saying a whole lot. But then after Dominic Brasha died, it just blew up. It kind of, and then the guy wasn't there to defend himself. And I'm not saying whether he did it or not. I don't know, but and then of course that Corey Feldman thing came out where he, there was that big deal where you had to buy like tickets to do that, and he was going to reveal who raped Corey Haim, and of course he said it was Charlie Sheen. That basically Charlie Sheen raped him.
So I'm sorry, right quick.
Okay.
So you get a dumb blonde that can start the car by hitting it, and then you have this other girl that just basically has a flea bite, so to speak, and she can't even get the damn thing started. Okay, the brainiac loses in this one.
And this guy with the hat on, well, they actually both got hats on, but the guy with the hat is Tony Griffin, who I think is Merv Griffin's son, I believe. Darren may be able to.
I'm not sure. I don't even know. Who's Merv Griffin?
I think Merv Griffin wasn't he like one of those hosts of some kind of
he was a talk show host in the 70s, and I guess sometimes he would like a presenter at certain things, but I thought he was gay. So I mean,
I thought that maybe I've got him mixed up with somebody else, but I know somebody famous. This guy's their son.
Because he had one of those deals against him from some guy, kind of like the Liberace deal,
Gotcha.
It would kind of make sense because obviously the director of this is gay as well. Maybe there's a theme,
Could be.
I thought that guy for a second was Meat from the Porky's films, but
Right.
but yeah, it's not him.
Now you've said that, I can't get that out of my mind. He does look exactly
yeah,
like him.
He does.
Okay, let's see.
I'd have to look twice to make sure that he wasn't in.
Let me look at this.
But I never could see him wearing like an Argyle anyway, so it's kind of like, yeah. But
okay, Tony Griffin is the son of Merv Griffin and Julianne Griffin.
Well,
so
maybe he, flip flopped.
He must have, yeah. And actually, I don't know if Darren noticed that the brunette or the darker headed chick that was driving the red Jeep, she was going by the name Kim McCamey at this time, but that is actually future porn actress Ashlyn Gear. And she would not do a nude scene that's later in this movie. They had to do a body double. Years later, she was doing hardcore porn. So I find that very amusing.
That's
Yeah, that
crazy,
that
isn't it?
kind of happened to like a lot of people. What was that guy who was in Fright Night? The what was his name? The
Oh,
not William Ragsdale, but his friend or whatever.
yeah.
Yeah, he started doing like gay porn years later.
Stephen Jeffries, you on about?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Stephen
yeah.
Jeffries, that's it. I was just having a brain block there. So it's not just women that were doing it, it was guys that, were doing that too.
There's obviously the blonde as well in Savage Streets, where um, there was one blonde in one scene that Danny Steinman was trying to get topless, and she wouldn't
Uh-huh.
do it. And then Danny Steinman said, pretty much a year later, she ended up doing this other film, and she was topless, and he was like really mad about it.
Oh, okay. So TJ's telling me they did Hard Rock Nightmare from 1988.
Well,
So
that's one I haven't seen. I need to see that one.
TJ is also saying bleach blonde 80s dude. Yeah, that's exactly right.
So was this Scott Biles brother? Was it?
Yeah,
Was he a big actor in the America in the 80s?
mm,
This kid, his brother, no. This is the first thing.
I was gonna say I don't think Stephen Baio was. I think he was just hanging around with Dominic Brasha and Johnny Vinokur doing stuff. But
Right. Okay. He
I'm
does look
Roger
like his
Burns,
brother, man.
attorney at law.
now this guy here, the realtor, he actually, I think he may have been like a magazine publisher or something like that. And what he did was he invested money in this movie. And so when he invested money, he said, I want to play a part. So they gave him this realtor part, and he obviously has a toupee, a wig, or whatever you
I
want
was
to
gonna
call it.
say, yeah, you can't miss that wig, you know.
And there's a scene coming up where he's driving at night, and I probably should wait till we get to it, but I just want to bring this up. But he's listening to a tape of some kind of music, some kind of crazy music. And they said he got so wild going along with that music that he almost really wrecked the car when he was driving. So I don't think I'd let this guy drive in a movie anymore.
So, what would you rank this film in, Dina? Obviously, Tex hasn't seen it. Would you put it like middle tier slasher, or maybe a
Yeah,
slightly?
probably about middle of the road. I mean, I'm going to talk about a scene when it gets here that always kind of gave me cold chills when I see it. But I don't want to give it away, especially because Texas hasn't seen it before, so we don't want to give that part away till it gets here. But Darren may know what scene I'm talking about.
I'm trying to think. It's been a while. I'll probably come to it when I, remember when it comes to it.
And talk about bitchy women. This woman, the realtor's wife, and talk about henpecked guys. I mean, and I believe the blonde there in the Jeep is Jody Gibson. and they said that she pretty much like Kim McCamey wouldn't take her clothes off for anything, but they said Jody Gibson would drop her top at anytime you told her to, or she'd take all her clothes off if you wanted her to. And they said that later she got involved in some kind of mess that was kind of like the Heidi Fleiss deal. So they didn't go into a lot of detail about it, but I listened to I don't know if Darren has listened to the commentary that Dominic Brosh and Stephen Baio did for this.
I'm not sure. I don't believe so.
Okay. I mean, it's a good commentary, but they must have not had really good recording equipment because it was hard to hear them sometimes.
There's a lot of in these 80s slashers, there's a lot of women in them that went on to star in porn or was even starring in porn at the same time. I've noticed that quite a bit in these films.
Like I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. I just think it's so douchey when guys would wear their, and if you guys ever did this in your younger days, don't take offense. But I think it's douchey when guys wear their sweaters around their upper shoulders and stuff. I don't know. I just don't like that.
No, that was never a thing for me.
I think Steve said he might have done it maybe once or twice, but he didn't do it very long.
Was this 1986 or 87?
86, I believe.
So I was 15, so I had to believe that, but
I was 21.
Wow.
And Dano, you were what, 3?
I was 10 or 9 or 10, depending on what month.
Just kidding.
Dana's still a young pup compared to us two.
Yeah.
I don't feel so young now at 46. So.
Hey, everybody. Jerry Seinfeld's here. Yay. Hey, and she did say Jerry. That's funny.
Yeah. And they do make jokes about Jerry, who's supposed to be Kim McCamey's character's fiance, but they constantly make jokes about him being gay all the time.
I just said that off the cuff. I didn't even hear him say Jerry in places. So that's hilarious.
Yeah, I wonder because, like I said before, the director was gay. I wonder if that was like kind of an in joke or something.
Maybe. Yeah.
We should do a watch along of Butcher Baker.
Oh wow!
Nightmare Maker.
Yeah, I love that film.
Bliss and I watched that, and she was just like, "Oh my god!"
Susan Terrell is off the wall, completely batshit crazy in that movie.
Oh, I know. And the funny thing about her, is that she said, she was quoted as saying, "I only would do movies when I had to pay the rent."
Mm-hmm.
And that she would never really watch them. And then somebody finally got her to watch her, her role in that. And she was just like, oh boy, and stuff. I actually had a friend who was friends with her when she was still living in California before she moved to Texas. And she told him some of the most craziest stories. And then he had a band called Extra Fancy, and she actually did a spoken introduction on their record and stuff.
Wow, that is cool.
I don't think that film could get made today, though, could it, Butcher Baker? To be honest, isn't there like an incest sort of storyline as well? From what I remember.
They'd probably change it around and then it would suck,
Yeah.
But you know what's weird? They won't make movies like that with those kind of themes. But and I'm in no before I say this, I'm in no way saying anything about, gay people, trans people, bisexual people, whatever you are. But they have no problems nowadays with showing a homosexual male couple, lesbians, um, trans people. They don't. I mean, that's got to be. And again, I'm not saying this because to be offensive, because I have friends that are gay, and I love them to death. But I just think it's too much up in your face now, and too blatant. Like somebody's got something to prove all the time. Um, I don't know
Yeah,
if
it's
you
like,
guys feel like that or not.
yeah. Do
I
you
do.
see the film They Slash Them?
Oh
Of
yeah, yeah.
And that's like, it's obviously it's to do with like a transition camp in it, where transgender and that, but it's just too much in your face. And I'm like you, I got no problems with anyone, gay, trans, whatever. Everyone's human being, everyone should be treated the same. But that movie, I don't know, it just puts it in your face too much, and then like it's supposed to be a slasher film as well, and
Mhm.
that's a letdown on that as well. But no, I don't know. Did you see that film, Tex?
Which one?
They Slash Them, or it's They Them?
No, I don't think I have actually.
It's fairly recent.
Speaking of gay, let's talk about this scene here though,
Hmm?
where they're dancing and like cleaning and showing close-ups of these guys' butts and stuff.
I mean, the thing. I don't have a problem with like a lot of the things today because I would rather people of the I mean ethnicities and things actually be in a movie instead of seeing them take some white dude and make him
Mhm.
look like he's Chinese or something. I'd rather see
Oh yeah, I
you
get
know
that.
so I don't know.
Now here's the scene that I was talking about. When they walk out of the room, you're going to hear a voice come on this cassette that they found in the fireplace. This is the
Oh right,
scene
yeah.
that freaks me out every time I see it, because you're like, who is this person? What is going on here? And like you hear the children are dead, the children are dead. Oh my god. It's just very eerie. Or perhaps that's just me. I mean, what do you guys think about that part?
I like the way it looked with the flashes of the different things.
Mhm.
Are they just going to go dumpster diving now?
You gotta like Stephen Baio's pants there.
Yeah, that's definitely
But
very 80s, isn't it? The vest as well.
Frank Stallone was a much better actor though than this guy.
Yeah, I think his brother Scott had the acting chops in the family for sure.
Yeah, I remember his brother. Was he in Happy Days?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We used to get that over here. Um, did he do any major films, his brother?
He was in Bugsy Malone. I don't know if you've ever seen that with Jodie Foster. It's kind of a kids film and it's sort of a musical, but it's amazing. I've always loved that. I thought that movie was great because it's about like these gangsters, but they're all played by kids, and then they drive pedal cars, and instead of like they have these machine guns that shoot whipped cream and stuff, and they throw pies at each other, and it's really good though.
Yeah, I have seen that, but I don't think anyone's referenced that film to me in over 20 odd years.
It recently, like last fall, was released on Blu-ray, and I picked up a copy. I always loved that when I was a kid, so it's kind of
Yeah, I remember
nostalgic for
liking it,
me.
definitely.
But I'm trying to think. Oh, and then he was in this another movie with Jodie Foster years later called Foxes, about where she was with these four friends, and Sherry Curie of the Runaways. She was an ex-runaway by then, but she had this role in there. Randy Quaid was in it. But it's like these four friends, like in Hollywood, and Sherry Curie, she was like kind of like the drug addict, and she had like an accident. But it's pretty decent. It's not like kind of the greatest movie, but it was cool for its time when I saw it anyway.
There's always a rumor in the UK that Scott Boyle was dead. This was like 10, 15 years ago.
Wow.
Always was like a strong rumor. I don't know why. And then the internet came, and then you realized.
This scene here coming up after they get naked. I mean, I'm noticing this more as we're watching this again. I'm watching it again, that there's a lot more gay themes going on here, because I mean, there's a guy and a girl right now, but you're gonna see that somebody is under the bed, because we just seen a knife come out, come up from the bed just before they came into the room. I'm like, I don't know. This whole scene is cringy. I mean, you guys might like where Jodie Gibson's taking her clothes off.
Yeah.
Was this the one you said became a porn star?
No, that was Kim McCamey. That's the dark-headed girl that became porn star Ashlyn Gear, but she was going by Kim McCamey now. But this whole like, she says, "Oh, Mark, it's like I'm unwrapping a Christmas gift or a present or something." Like, I don't know what, and the way she's taking his shorts and his underwear off is just, I don't know.
It's definitely uncomfortable knowing, Dominic Brasco was the way he was. It's not quite as bad as Clownhouse, but you can see he's, focusing on male bums and stuff, can't you?
And then you're gonna have what we're gonna soon find out who this is, but that's obvious that that's not a female hand that's getting ready to go on Mark's butt here and squeezing his butt.
Yeah, this is always a cool. I remember this cool shot.
and he thinks it's her doing it. It's not.
It's not like he can't feel three arms. I mean, how ridiculous.
I know.
Is there a Martian under the bed? It's like...
and every slasher film has a comic character, doesn't they? Who pulls pranks. It's become standard.
Hey, it's a John Lithgow cameo. Oh, never mind.
And so Johnny, Stephen Baio's character, he had a relationship with Jodie Gibson, the blonde, within the storyline of this movie previously, but now Mark's trying to get in her pants, and so Johnny's pissed off.
They should have played Johnny, Are You Queer?
So remember when Jerry's character got his heart pulled out earlier?
Yeah.
So they're getting ready to eat what they think is calf's heart. But we know that Jerry had his heart pulled out. So guess whose heart they're eating? It's not an animal heart.
Oh. It's kind of, well, we're half hour in. It's kind of light on kills at the moment. I can't remember. Does it get loads more kills? So I'm the one who actually asked you to.
It seems to like kick into high gear a little bit slower than some movies. Instead of having, it seems like they have maybe one kill at the beginning or a couple of kills at the beginning, and then you seem to go for a long while without any kills happening. It's just this goofball stuff back and forth. And then towards the last quarter of the movie, it kicks into high gear again. Like you start having more, I guess, in my opinion, some unique kills.
Yeah,
There's one in particular where people say that could never happen. But I'll wait to talk about that when we actually get to it.
yeah. That's definitely one of the more memorable kills. But yeah, I can't remember the last time I seen this, and I was the one who recommended to watch this as well.
Yeah,
If I'd have known I'd been on the commentary, I would have watched it again before.
TJ mentioned Zap. That was another good movie with Scott Baio, and it had
yeah,
Willie Ames in it. You know, those two were a pair because they were in that show Charles in Charge.
yeah.
And
I
then
used to love that show, Charles in Charge.
Willie Ames became Bible Man. You know.
And I don't know, probably not in the UK, but Texas, have you ever heard of Rocky Mountain oysters?
Yes, I have.
Okay. See, I had never heard of Rocky Mountain oysters until this movie, actually. And
Isn't that's like buffalo balls, right?
well, I thought that they meant it was like cows, a male, a bull's balls,
bull's balls, yeah.
because I don't know if they've said it yet, but Mark was kind of trying to distract them when they're still kind of arguing here and almost going to get to blows over stuff. But I think a little bit earlier, Mark was trying to distract them by talking about he liked these potatoes, and they told him that they weren't potatoes. And they said they're Rocky Mountain oysters. And he says, well, I love oysters. And then finally they just go moo real loud, and he like spits them out because he realizes it at that point.
I think they should all get like perms, and just all look alike. That guy with his perm and and with his gangster tie and everything, Then you got Mr. Nike surf guy, and all that.
Oh, this is where he says, I love oysters. Can I have some more? And they're like, don't you know what Rocky Mountain oysters are? There it is.
That food kind of doesn't look appetizing at all.
No, it really doesn't. It looks almost like really cheap TV dinner food.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they just opened a couple of cans of peas and slopped some potatoes, on a thing and stuff.
And here is the typical overweight cop that showed up in a ton of slasher movies, played by different actors, of course, but you could not have there. I think there was a time period where you couldn't have a slasher film that didn't have an overweight cop show up at some point.
Yeah, he kind of reminds me of the guy from Dark Knight, the Scarecrow.
Yeah, and also Offerings had
a
cop like that. And I'm not making fun of anyone that's overweight. I'm just saying this seemed to be a staple in a lot of slasher films during this time period.
Yeah, for sure.
And they always seem to be kind of maybe not as clueless as this cop seems, but they all seem to be on some levels of being clueless. Like they just show up and they say a few things and they go away. It's like da 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 da. They're not.
Yeah, you've got like comedy cops, haven't you? Like in Halloween 4, is it, or 5, and in Last Days on the Left.
See, he's showing them that picture, but the real truth is he already ate the guy. So, I mean, he's just making the rounds that go, hey, I'm a cop looking for this guy. I'm fat as hell. I'm a cannibal. All right, I'm leaving,
The guy's got a job to walk as well.
And what the heck? Barney's got an apron on. Couldn't they
Well,
have
yeah,
gotten him
he was the chef that probably made that delicious food that they were eating.
Oh, and he just stepped in dog shit, I think.
Okay, there was no real purpose for that scene.
No, there wasn't. And Johnny Vinokur's going to show up here. And Darren, do you remember Johnny Vinokur from his character on Savage Streets?
I'm trying to place the face now. When he pops up, I'll definitely know him. Do you remember what character he played in Savage Streets?
Gosh, I'm trying to remember what his name was, but he was the guy that felt really sorry about what they did.
Oh, the Al Pacino lookalike.
Yeah, sort of, yeah.
Oh, yeah, the Al Pacino lookalike. He's excellent in Savage Streets.
There he is.
Oh, God, I didn't even remember he was in this.
He has such a small part. Like, this is basically the only scene that he is in.
God, he does look like Al Pacino, mine, doesn't he?
I didn't think about that, but when you said that, I was like, oh, yeah, he does.
And that would be another good film to cover, would be Savage Streets to do a commentary on.
There's a lot of them that I would like to do at some point. And I mean, I'm not trying to tell tales out of school or anything and tell things on Steve, but he used to do a lot of commentaries with me. And they were always so much fun. And now Steve doesn't really want to do them much anymore. So that's why I started doing these watch-alongs, through StreamYard or OBS when I was doing OBS and stuff. But just because, it's fun to get together with other people and talk about how crazy some of these movies are.
Yeah, I love some of your old commentaries. The one you've done for Absurd, I've listened to quite a few times.
Hey, Robert Long, thanks for showing up, guy. Cool to see you.
Oh, Robert Long's in here.
Yeah, Robert Long's in the house.
Okay, so TJ says Vinokur was named Vince in Savage Streets. Thank you, TJ. Like, my brain is slowly, like I said, it's slowly turned to mush.
Have you seen Savage Streets Text?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have that.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
Now, I always like this, the blood pumping out of the cop's throat. So that's the end of Johnny Vinokur for this film.
That was a short cameo, wasn't it?
Yeah, he wasn't in it very long at all.
So what was that? I was like, this was 2 years, wasn't it, after Savage Street? So, because I always thought, from his performance in that film, that he would have gone on to bigger things. I know he does look like Al Pacino. I don't know if that maybe hindered him in any way, but he always looked, to me, looked like he could become, a really good actor. But I don't think much came of him in the end.
I don't think so. And I don't know if that was more his choice or just like the jobs dried up and there was just nothing for him, or
possibly, yeah.
Now, Kim McCammy's character here is going to tell the story. We've been getting bits and pieces of the story here and there, but she's actually going to tell the story behind why they're getting this old place, why her fiance Jerry was going to buy or had bought this place and they were going to fix it up. That there was a young kid named Martin who he was mean to the kids in this orphanage. And so I think he was like a caretaker or something. And they got him in trouble because he was so mean to them that they said that he molested some of the kids in the orphanage, and it wasn't true. And so Martin came back and killed some of the kids in the orphanage, including babies. And so basically, I think they might tell more about this a little bit later. Basically, he slit the throats of infants and held them up by their feet and let the blood drain out of them. I mean, how sadistic is that? There's very few films that have something that sadistic that's even talked about.
Yeah, that is pretty wild.
Mm-hmm. So this is sort of cringy too. He's trying and now he's trying to act tough. Like he's like, "Look, bitch, you're gonna give me what I want," you know.
Is that some sort of prostitute?
No, that's his wife.
Oh, well, hell, I don't know. I'm sort of going back and forth from the chat to the movie, so I'm sort
Right?
of
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, no, he just has a really bitchy wife.
Answer the phone, bitch. And he's the real bitch, so you know.
Yeah, he's her bitch.
Right.
And so, like, they're calling him from the house to tell him that there's no hot water or something like that, and now he's got to leave, and he doesn't really want to.
Is that wig gonna come off at any stage?
I don't think so. And I think
Oh,
that was that
it
guy's
does.
real wig, and he didn't. I think she straightens it here.
Oh right, yeah. I'm just
Yeah,
a
that's
couple of
definitely
seconds.
that's
Or
definitely a
there she kind of lifts it up, and
yeah, that's definitely a tube, you know.
so now this is more of Connie telling the story about Martin. And I think the story about Martin is the creepiest part of this whole movie because, like I said, I think that is the most sadistic part of it. I mean, killing kids is bad enough. I mean, Steve's had me watch some of those Cat 3 movies or whatever where they do awful things to young kids. But I don't know that I've ever seen a horror movie where they talked about killing infants, innocent infants, babies. I just don't, I can't recall that ever being done in another movie.
And it's kind of because it's in such a light-hearted slasher film as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is like really fun film from what I remember.
This is the scene where he nearly wrecked the car because they said he was like really getting into this. Now Barney's freaking out and he's wanting to leave, and everybody's like treating him like he's the biggest shit because he wants to get out of there.
Does your copy on YouTube every so often go to a black screen?
It hasn't that I noticed.
No, I haven't noticed.
I've noticed the DVD sometimes in between scenes just goes to a black scene and then goes on to the next.
It's been so long since I've watched my DVD. I'm gonna have to pull mine back out and actually test that out.
Yeah, this crying out for a Blu-ray though. This is, but the only trouble is, I suppose they'd have to port over the commentary track with the director because I can't really imagine any of these, doing anything for the film in terms of extras and that. Although it would be cool.
It would be. I wish that they could kind of get some of these other people. Of course, Dominic Brosh has passed away, but maybe get some of the other people. Get them together. Maybe they could do an extra commentary or something, but who knows if they could even do that or not.
Some of the
young enough. Go on, Tex. Sorry.
Oh, it was just this scene is so overacted. It's ridiculous.
I was thinking that the actor that played Barney, um, I think his last name's Pearson. I think I did maybe I did a YouTube video a long, long time ago where I talked about this movie. There was somehow that he got in contact with me and was chatting back and forth with me for a little bit about Evil Laugh, and he said that he was glad that I liked the movie and liked his character. And
That's cool.
here's another very cringy scene. I mean, he's got a damn dog collar on.
I'm telling you, it's hard not to think about it with the director now, isn't it? Honestly, I've never noticed it before. It's like, yeah, it's very strange.
And it's like the underwear he's got on, and like the only thing that would be worse is if he had like leopard underwear on.
Yeah, and they're all like muscly guys as well. So
And he's all pissed because the whipped cream won't spray out of the can. So now
look at that.
he's gonna
Look
go
at that
down
game.
to the kitchen and get more whipped cream.
That's one hell of a game you got on there.
Oh my gosh. And then he's gonna go downstairs where the other guys are and parade around like that. I think Barney needs to put away that Fangoria magazine. He's freaking himself out more.
That's probably worth a few pounds now, that magazine.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I don't like the way he's folding it, though. That's collectible, dude. And I've never been for sure what that button he has on says, but I thought it said like more brains or something like that.
Well, I can't quite make it out on the DVD.
And I really can't make it out on this YouTube video, but it just looks like a big blur.
But that collar, what purpose was that for?
I have no idea. I think he does have a leopard robe.
He looks like an extra from Cruising or something.
He does. Like, I feel like we've slipped into like a bonus scene in Cruising or something, or a deleted scene from Cruising.
We've definitely uncovered something with the underlying theme of this film, for sure.
Yeah. Talk about overreacting. Barney's getting worse.
And are these guys playing high school? Well, no, not playing high school kids. They play in early 20s, I believe, is it?
Yeah, I think I guess if they're medical students, it would be, I guess, early 20s, early to mid 20s.
Barney's got to be in his 30s, hasn't he? At least.
TJ asked, does the robe have shoulder pads? It does kind of look like it has shoulder pads.
It does, yeah, when he walks off now. And all I can see now, Tex said that earlier, is meat from Portuguese.
With a perm.
I'm terrible like that. If I get something in my head, then it's with me. This is a cool scene coming up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, things are starting to kind of like I said, the last quarter of the film kind of kicks into high gear. It's like it's like the director or somebody said, uh, we haven't had enough kills. We got to do something here. We got a lot of people we got to kill off.
Is she just going along with that, thinking that that's the guy in the robe? I take it.
I think she was at first, and then when they actually start pulling out a real knife and are they actually painting the word foster home? I mean, is that what?
Yeah.
Like, who would call it a foster home? Oh my gosh.
Such a generic looking sign as well.
And it looks like they don't it looks like they got like watercolors instead of like actual real paint. Now Mark's trying to make up with his buddy about Tina.
I always thought this had a few more kills, like you say, it does get a few more as you go along. But there haven't been that many up until the hour mark, really.
Right.
It's still just like entertaining, and it's just one of those cheesy ones.
Okay, so why in the world? Why would a guy believe another guy that if you go up to a chick and rub yourself, that's going to turn them on? It's like what? Why would you believe that?
That's just like saying, "Hey, could you just put some gasoline, on yourself, cover yourself in gasoline, and set yourself on fire? You're not going to burn."
Yeah.
Or something. It's like,
and
surely you would hear her voice through that,
right?
But she's just silent.
Oh. Now I think this is where Connie kind of continues the story, and this is where she specifically tells Tina about the little girl babies and the little boy babies, and they dress the little girls in pink and the little boys in blue, and she's I don't know, this is a weird scene because I don't know, Connie just seems like there's something just under the surface that's not right with her when she's telling this story. It's like she's getting off on it a little bit, and I'll see if Darren thinks that.
Is this like the baby part 2?
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's definitely milking the situation, isn't she?
Yeah, and the way she looks, it's maybe she just didn't have the acting chops for this, but she seems kind of wistful and stuff, like she's telling a fairy tale, and then she's like telling about how Martin killed these poor babies.
This was probably her biggest scene in the film, when she read the script. She probably thought this was a moment.
This is my Oscar winning performance.
Right.
Or Razzie winning performance.
Right. That would be more like it. She almost looks like she's reading stuff off of something, like somebody, like Dominic Brosh is standing off camera with a big poster board stuff on it.
I'm not going to say
surprise me.
I'm not going to say the word foster home. You can't make me.
You can stick hot pokers in my eyes, but I'm not going to say foster home. I mean,
Yeah, why don't you, lady?
the way some people hear me talk about this movie, they think I hate it, but I don't hate it. I've always liked it. This is a movie I remember back from my video rental days, as a lot of the movies that I've talked about. I remember. Oh my God, not more bikini swimwear.
We got budgie smugglers on there.
But remember when he told Stephen Bayo's character, he told Johnny to rub himself around Connie, and Connie would go crazy. But
Yeah.
I don't know if they've shown it yet. But Mark actually goes to Connie and says that Johnny's got a rash, and he's kind of embarrassed about it. And so when he starts rubbing himself, she thinks it's because he's got a rash, and she takes him up to her bedroom and is going to give him like a tube of cream to put on his rash. And he thinks she wants to make out with him. And that's all Mark's ruse, just to get them out of the way so he can have Tina.
Right.
And Barney's still like freaking out.
He looks like Papa John.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you want some pizza? Easy there, slugger.
You gotta love these old basements and these old houses too. I've been in basements like this, and they're pretty creepy.
See, basements over here is not really a thing. We got some houses with basements, but they're very few and far between.
Do you have more attics there than basements?
Yeah.
Oh,
Most houses got an attic, but basements is kind of unheard of. It's definitely an American thing.
I didn't realize that. I find the more and more I talk to Darren about the things in the UK, how they're different than the States, and I'm just astounded. Darren, I don't know if I ever told you about a guy that came from the UK to visit me years and years ago. We met online, and like I guess you could say we had one date, and I guess I didn't impress the guy because he went back to the UK, and then he went over to France and fell in love with some French chick.
That's crazy. He traveled all the way over.
Well, he was actually planning on coming to the States anyway to see certain things, but then around the same time, he and I started talking back and forth. I think it was Match.com that we got
Right.
kind of matched up together. And so he started talking to me, and like he said, well, I'm coming over to the States anyway soon. Could I come visit you? And I'm
See, I
like,
would have been on stalker alert straight away there.
but that was the first time I had ever heard anybody say plaster when they meant a Band-Aid.
Oh, yeah.
He had a blister on his foot, and he said, do you have any plaster? Because he said, I got a blister on my foot, on my ankle. And it took me a second. I was like, oh, you want a Band-Aid? So that was one of my first experiences with actually talking to somebody at length from the UK and having them ask for something that I didn't, it took me a minute to realize what he actually needed. And he kept talking about the UK. And this is funny too. My dad thought he meant Kentucky basketball, like University of Kentucky basketball. I said, no, Dad, he's talking about England. He's talking about UK there, in the United Kingdom. He's like, oh, okay.
You don't have to say. Did he actually come over and stay with you? Stay in your place?
Well, my
Don't
dad.
answer if you don't want to, mind.
Oh, no, that's okay. Well, what my dad told me later was we found out that Andy, that was his name, he already had a hotel room already set up. But my
Oh,
dad
right, okay.
told me later, he said, Dana, you were an adult at that time. He said, I was just about to ask that boy if he wanted to spend the night at our house. And I
Oh,
said,
God.
really, Dad? A complete stranger? You were going to let him stay here? And I said, what if you had gotten up the next morning and, he wasn't roughing it on the couch. Maybe he decided to go hang out with me in more ways than one. And Dad said, well, I can't say anything. He said, you're an adult. I said, yeah, but I'm living in y'all's house. He
Or
said,
he could have killed a lot of you. That wouldn't have been so good. But no, I'm not quite as trusting as that, to be honest.
yeah, I mean, I think the guy was harmless, but I didn't trust people for a while until I really got to know him. And he did take me kind of out on a date. We went out to eat and stuff like that. But I was just so nervous. That was my first real adult experience with dating. And so I just didn't know what to do with myself. Thankfully, by the time Steve came along, I knew what to do with myself. But eh, the guy wanted to, I guess he wanted to make a night of it. And then what people told me later is he probably wanted me to spend all night with him and go back to his hotel with him. And I didn't do that just because I just don't roll that way. It takes me time to get to know somebody and all that. I don't just have one night stands and flings with people. So I think
No,
he
good
was
for
a
you.
little. I think that guy was a little disappointed, and I think that's why he went back to England, and then he went to France, and I guess that he did have a fling with that French girl, and he
I guess she put out on the first night.
I guess she did because he still talked to me for a little while after he went back to the UK, and he told me that he met this girl and he was just totally just I don't know if you'd call it in love with her, maybe in lust with her or something, but I just assumed that she gave in to him the first time they were together or met or whatever.
Yeah, you might have dodged a bullet there. So
Yeah, I probably did.
She probably wore a beret and was a mime, so you don't have anything to worry about. Oh,
Oh.
Hey, you're skipping out on paying me for the pizza.
Give me my money.
Because he was carrying, that suitcase. It looked like a big old pizza container thing. So,
but he should count himself lucky because, basically the killer locked him down there in the basement and didn't kill him. So I don't know what he's complaining about.
It's funny though that he saw that, hairpiece and didn't think it was a rat or something.
Right. It looked like a rat.
It's actually this pretty funny story. My ex-wife and I, we were, shopping or doing something, and we're walking down this one street, and we saw this pizza place. Speaking of pizza, it's kind of funny that we'd never seen before. So we were like, "Oh, let's check the menu out." And so I wasn't paying attention, and there was this guy kind of to the side of me, and I bumped into him. And he was like this older, guy, and he had this really ridiculous striped suit and stuff, and he gave me this look of absolute horror, and I was like, I go, "I'm so very sorry, excuse me." And he's just looking at me with like absolute horror and like disgust. And then I looked at his hair and it looked like he had a chinchilla on his head. And and since he was so rude, I was just like, nice wig. And I like walked away. Don't say anything, Connie. Keep your mouth shut.
Hey guys, I'm just gonna step out a second to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I had to disappear for a break for a second. I just didn't say anything.
Oh, I didn't even know you had left. That was good. Darren's gonna miss more of Mark and Tina. The many adventures of Mark and Tina.
I gotta say, Dana, I'm not really that impressed with this. It's okay, but
well, that's okay. We can't all like everything the same.
I mean, it's not like it's supposed to be a really great film anyway. But I'm just kind of like, eh. But at least it's no things or whatever. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Oh. She doesn't even believe it's real. That's great.
Yeah, they played so many tricks that now.
Just don't mess up my hair. Okay, Pebbles,
This kind of reminds me of Scream too, because when she's in the garage.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And she thinks that it's, just Randy or somebody playing around, and she actually ends up getting killed. So I'm just wondering if Kevin Williamson watched this movie a bunch or something in his younger days.
When I get my hands on my brother, I swear I'm going to punch him and that Willie Ames.
Yeah, right. It's all their fault. Okay, so we're getting ready. Everybody thinks this is Barney, of course. We're coming up.
Damn.
We're coming
and then they
up,
had to cut back to that same facial shot. How ridiculous.
This is I think this is a great kill, but it's also completely hilarious. The way that this guy is going to be killed after he gets his hands tied here. And this is the kill that I was talking about that a lot of people said in reality, nobody could do this kill.
Love those shoes, though,
You're right. Okay, so now they got this big ass microwave.
What the hell?
Yes. I mean, this is, even if it is crazy and not really logical, this is still my favorite kill in the entire movie. And what they said was you could not kill somebody with a microwave by putting their head in the microwave because it would not run if the door was not shut. But I think what Dominic Brosh's answer was, if somebody knew enough about the inner workings of a microwave, they could figure out how to do that. But logically, I don't think that this killer or most anybody else is going to be that savvy. The other part I thought was funny about this is right before his head implodes. I'm guessing we were supposed to think that his brain was getting fried by the microwave slowly, because he was saying, I am young again. It was like he was going back to being little Johnny.
Kind of like in the Frighteners, where that guy's in the bathroom, and then he's like, "Mom," you know,
Right.
stuff, you know.
Dang, Darren missed that great kill.
Smells like pizza. You know?
So now Connie, like, evidently Connie was so damn sleepy that she couldn't hear any of this stuff.
That you know, trazodone did a job on her. You know. Yes, the fat one.
Yeah, give me that guy. If you can't get him, get me Johnny Vinokur. It's like, really? Does everybody carry a gun around with them? At that point in time in 1986?
No. Starving Martin. Yeah. All he wanted was a pizza. Yeah. This music is cool, though. I like.
Yeah, with the exception of that kind of like the goofy scene where they were cleaning and
Right.
stuff. The other music is pretty good. This is sort of reminiscent of like a Friday the 13th type film where she's finding all the dead bodies now.
Did that gun just get bigger?
It looks like it did, actually.
Next scene, it's like a bazooka, you know, or something.
Well, too, it's supposed to be a handgun, and she's acting like it's a damn shotgun.
Right. Oh no.
Just kind of curious how. Well, we still got 4 people in here, but that's including you guys. So we may have just lost a lot of our viewers.
Well, 30 minutes or so, I guess. Dirk's going live with his thing.
Ah, got you. Oh, I gotta add Darren back. Okay, Darren, are you back?
Yeah, sorry about that. It was my fault. I pressed the button and it knocked me off. I have been watching it though.
Okay,
this tomato sauce.
You saw the microwave kill then.
Yeah, which is kind of impossible to do, but
yeah, that's what I was telling Texas. I was like, everybody always says that this is a completely illogical kill, but what Dominic Brasha always said was, in his defense, I guess, he said that somebody could be savvy enough to be able to rig up a microwave where it would do that. But I don't think this killer is that savvy.
Well, especially because it looks like a heap of junk, you know?
Yeah.
I think there's a similar scene in Superstition from 1982. And didn't you say there was one in Microwave Massacre as well?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, and I think I know what you're talking about on Superstition, because Superstition is another movie that I love. I absolutely love that movie.
Yeah, I just recently got the Blu-ray. I need to crack it open and watch that one night.
That was one that just before me and Steve started dating, I was visiting him just as a friend, and well, she's found Jerry now. And that was a movie that Steve showed me with Superstition, and I had never seen it before. I was like, wow, how did I miss this movie?
The way she was breathing so heavy, they could have had a voice announcement. Call 1-900-CONNIE. You know.
So, what do y'all think of the mask that the killer has? I
That's
think it's
that's
hokey.
weird. Yeah, it's hokey as hell. It's like what the heck is that?
I
Yeah,
don't even know really how to describe it, actually.
like the Black Panther or something.
Is that actually Martin though?
We're gonna find out here real shortly.
Oh, I didn't think I could get shot.
And why in the world does the killer have gloves like the breather on student bodies?
Rubber gloves.
It's a woman?
Yep.
Oh, his wife.
Yeah. It's the bitchy woman.
The prostitute.
You gotta love the reveals in some of these slashes, though.
Yeah. It's like, Connie, why is it so hard for you to believe that Martin was her son?
I'm watching this on mute mind, that's why, so I don't really know what they're talking about.
Shut up, you tramp. I mean, Jesus, like, come on, lady.
Uh-oh, look at the hand at the bottom of the screen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, keep in mind that there's one person that we didn't, other than Connie, that we didn't actually see die.
Papa John.
Papa John to the rescue.
He had to be a little bit of a better shot because if she would have fallen down too soon, another bullet would have killed Connie. Let's get some pizza, damn it.
I'm starving.
Don't they, in this film, they reference like other movies like Scream did?
I was thinking that I could be wrong, but I was thinking earlier in the movie that Barney actually mentions something about Jason.
Yeah, that
He
must be
said
it.
something like he hoped Jason didn't show up, or. And this is where normally a lot of slasher movies would end with this, but this one goes a step further. And that, again, is not Kim McCammy's body. It's supposed to be. But this is prior to her doing porn, so she wouldn't show her body.
All right.
It's like
then.
the director showed enough male nudity. They thought he'd try and even things out a bit.
Maybe. At the last minute, he was like, better put some more female nudity in here.
I'm not complaining.
Oh, that's the way that he's talking about it, so joyful. Yee.
God, I remember having one of those like cassette players.
Oh, yeah. So, Darren, wouldn't you agree with him in Texas, you too, that normally a slasher film would end with the killer laughing like that, and then that would be it. But this one wants to continue a little bit longer.
Yeah, a lot of these films they sometimes got 2 or 3 endings, and they seem to go on and on. But To me, I like that anyway. But it would have been cool to have seen them make another one.
Yeah, they could have. Okay, now when this reveal happens, I gotta ask, why would somebody do this? It's like you guys have went through one of the most horrifying things you could go
Is
through.
that a midget though?
No, it looks like it though. But
Somebody definitely smaller. Like, ah, she just can't like get herself to run. It's like
and this is so
ah,
over the top.
it is. It's so ridiculous.
It is like a scene from Student Bodies, like you said earlier.
Mhm. It's
And
like
notice that she just stays there. Yeah.
she's almost begging the killer to kill her.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like she's doing everything wrong.
I want to hug this towel.
What's wrong with that knife? Oh, and it's Barney. It's like, but why would you do that?
Especially after what's been going on.
And he goes through this whole thing about how he went to the killer's funeral. Why would he go to the killer's funeral?
Uh-oh.
He went to the funeral, because he had to deliver some pizzas. So.
He had to get her costume.
Right. Because they were burying her with a mask.
So all along, Connie was really crazy. That's what they're telling us.
That was quite an abrupt ending, wasn't it?
Mm. So, when you stepped away, Darren, actually, Texas was telling me that he wasn't a huge fan of this movie. But I told him that's okay because, we can still have fun talking about them.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's the beauty of our little community. It's like it'd be boring if everyone loved the same stuff.
It certainly would. Now, Darren, didn't you say it had been a little bit since you had watched the movie?
Yeah, it's gotta be 5 years maybe.
So what are your thoughts after not watching it for about 5 years?
I like it. I really like it. I love the cheese aspect. But I'm like yourself. Any of these old like slashers of the '80s, I love anyway.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's not gonna it's not gonna blow anyone away, but I think it's a good 90-minute sort of time waster.
Right. I think actually TJ might be the only one actually commenting with the rest of us. Um, he was talking about it being a pro wrestler mask, and let's see.
Oh right, okay, yeah, that makes
Axe
sense.
in the Bed, Friday the 13th reference. And then he says, and add Darren back to the stream, LOL. See, I was so into the movie that I missed that one message from you. And then I've checked the private chat.
But as I walked away to go to the toilet, I must have knocked the button off because I'm not, I don't know StreamYard that well. But it's all good.
TJ took over the chat. Well, I'm hoping, I know it's not an indicator of, you guys are very entertaining. I'm thinking maybe I'm the dead weight or something.
What?
Maybe
having a
I'm not.
You're the anchor woman of it all.
The anchor woman.
Yeah, you're the scream queen. I wouldn't have known about this at all if you hadn't have mentioned anything.
Well, and I really, no matter how few or how many people we have in here, I still enjoy it. I mean, even if we hadn't had anybody in the chat, if I had just had Texas and Darren to talk to during this, I had a heck of a good time. I hope you guys had a good time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Damon, I will say is with the streams you've been doing recently and that, and
Mhm.
God, like you can talk to an audience for like 2 hours, 3 hours, and you're always entertaining and that, and I couldn't do it. So hats off to you.
Oh,
I've been,
well,
and myself and I know Tex and a lot of other people, Dirk, have been really enjoying your stuff, and
well,
I got nothing but praise for you.
well, thank you. I appreciate all the praise, and I will never get a big head because I've never thought of myself as being anything special. And Steve, bless his heart, the way I talk about my husband, you guys will probably think that I don't love him, don't care about him at all. But I think he thinks of it as constructive criticism when he tells me these things. I don't think he's telling me these things to be mean, but he tells me, stuff is overlong. He says I tend to go on and on about certain things, and I don't need to go on about them that long. And maybe I should tighten my stuff up a little bit. Um, but it sounds,
It's all good for me because like I say, it's quite hard to to command an audience or viewers on YouTube and that. And I think you do it really well. I couldn't, like I say, I couldn't do it. I really couldn't do it for that long, and still be highly informative and entertaining and all that. So, hats off.
well, I do want to ask, TJ, you can even comment too, but Texas, Darren, I want to ask y'all too, have y'all got any suggestions for some future watch alongs? Because I would definitely like to include, I don't want to pick the movies every time and you guys feel like that you don't have any input for them. So if y'all got any suggestions, I'll try to write these down. Actually,
I've got one, if that's okay.
sure, yeah.
I would say Savage Streets.
Oh, yes, you did mention that earlier.
I
I'm
think that
actually
would
going to
be
write
a
that
good one.
down.
Butcher,
Yeah,
Baker, Nightmare Maker.
Yeah, that
yeah,
was.
yeah,
So we're
definitely.
going to definitely write those down.
So you've got a decent slasher there, and you've got like a nice rape revenge as well. Plus, Savage Streets would be great for like taking them, the Mickey out of.
Yeah, exactly. Um, and of course, we're still going to do like, as I've been trying to do the first Sunday of the month. I think up until like the new year, I think we've got stuff lined up to do. Actually, I'm going to take a look at my calendar because I can't remember what the next one we were going to do was. Okay, it looks like we're going to do Don't Go in the House for the first Sunday in October.
Yeah, that was my request.
Okay.
Oh, I love that film. That's one of my favorite films.
I do too. And Steve and I actually did a commentary for that one at one time as well, which,
Oh,
for such a dark and somber film, I thought our commentary was pretty entertaining.
there's a lot of that comedy in that film as well.
Mm-hmm.
I won't go into it too much, but when you got like the girl in the disco, I was like, in
Oh,
some
yeah.
ways, like it's quite funny, but you shouldn't really laugh at things like that. But that'll be a good one, yeah. That will be good.
We can laugh because we know all that's fake. Now, if somebody was really laughing at something like that,
Oh yeah,
that would give
absolutely.
me pause, So,
Yeah, yeah. That's the
well,
beauty of these films.
TJ saying student bodies, although that might be for a select audience. Slumber Party Massacre 2 for sure. Slumber Party Massacre 2, I definitely like to do that at some point.
Yeah, that's another one I haven't seen for a while, but definitely.
Student bodies would be great because, I told you I went to high school with the girl who gets paper clipped to death.
Yeah, you did.
Right, that's so cool.
And it's funny because, she was such a snob in school, she's like, oh, I'm going to be this big star. And I was like, okay.
And she ends up getting paper clipped to
Exactly.
death. Oh my.
I mean, I remember going to see it in the theater when it came out and had no idea she was in it. And it was like me and my best friend at the time. And I'm like, dude, that looks like Angela Bressler. And he's like, no way. And I'm like, dude, it is. And I said, and she's in her bra. What the hell? And it was just like, it was so weird,
And that film gets quite a bit of hate as well, which I don't get because you go into it knowing it's a spoof. So I don't
Right.
understand.
I don't know if people were, but all you got to do is like look at the plot synopsis for that movie. You cannot take that movie seriously. So I don't know why somebody would be thinking it was a legitimate slasher film. They got to know if they read the plot that it's got to be a spoof.
But it's the same with, say, the likes of April Fool's Day, where people get mad at the ending, and I've never got that.
And I
It
love
always,
that ending. I think
yeah,
that April Fool's Day is awesome.
it always adds to the film for me. I just never understand when some of them try to do something different, and then you're going to get people that don't like it. I suppose whatever you do.
I guess some people just don't like to ever mix comedy and horror. They think it's not, it's not right to do that. But there's only so many, in my opinion, there's only so many hardcore slashers that you can have before you got to do something to change the dynamic a little
Yeah.
bit. Because how many Friday the 13th can you make without throwing something comedic in there?
Exactly. Yeah.
And there comes a point too where you've got to make fun of yourself, or the industry that puts these movies out has got to make fun of itself.
Yeah. Look at Scream. Like
Yeah.
exactly.
But see, a lot more people, I think, like Scream than like some of these earlier spoofs.
Right.
And I don't know if it's just different audiences, maybe.
So I'll tell you my take on Scream. I like the film, but I'm not one of these, like, you've got these fanboys now. I've always been like an urban legend guy, or I Know What You Did Last Summer. I prefer over Scream, whether that's because the hype it used to get, I don't know. But what's both your takes on Scream? 1996, I should say.
My take on it is I remember going to the theater and seeing Scream, and I was excited about Scream. And here's why: because I felt like that we'd hit a dead spot as far as good horror movies. And I mean, I know this is what they said they were kind of trying to do. They were trying to breathe life back into the horror genre. And I do think that they did that, but at the same time, and even though I enjoyed it and everything, I can see what you're saying, Darren, about like in a lot of ways, something like Urban Legend was a better film. It was better designed. But unfortunately, it came out after Scream. So a lot of people were not thinking, oh, they were thinking it was derivative, I guess, of Scream. They're saying, oh, no, it's just another Scream ripoff. And
Yeah.
I think that's what they said about that one. I Know What You Did Last Summer. And I think part of it is the marketing people's fault. Because if you remember things like Urban Legend, I Know What You Did Last Summer, the covers for the VHS, the DVDs, the posters were all designed just like Scream.
Yeah.
And I place a lot of that for people kind of forgetting about those films that came after Scream on the marketing people, because they put all the nails in the coffin when they did that. They should have tried to do something original with those films that came later in order to market them.
See, I prefer Scream 2 as well. I love the old opening in the cinema,
Yeah,
which they ripped off actually from He Knows You're Alone. But
they sure
yeah,
did. They sure did.
um, but some of the rip-off films that come out after it, I do tend to like more. I know Wes usually laughs at the film "Do You Want to Know a Secret?" But
Uh-huh.
things like actually, I love collecting all those. There's Lovers Lane. There's tons of them.
Hmm.
I even like Urban Legend 2 a lot. The Final Cut. That's a good film.
Right. Um,
But
and Texas, what are your thoughts on it? I don't want
Well,
to leave you out.
no, well, like you said, I think there was like a glut, back then, and then they wanted to come out with something, that was a good kind of slasher, horror, but they were going for the, mainstream, in a
Mhm.
way and stuff. So, I mean, it brought it back, to, a wider audience, which I don't know, for horror sometimes I don't think that's such a good thing because, I'm more of an indie guy, or something,
Mhm.
kind of. But I mean, I like it. I like the first Urban Legend. I'm not too keen on the second one, Darren, unfortunately. But
no, that's fine.
but I Know What You Did Last Summer. I there's a lot of, I don't know, different things now. Like I totally like loved X. I thought X was fantastic,
Mhm.
but like Midsummer, I just couldn't get into that. I loved Hereditary, but Midsummer I couldn't stand because I just thought all the characters were stupid, and I'm like, you can't be that fucking dumb,
Well,
but
see,
apparently
and
they were.
I thought all the characters in Hereditary were stupid, and everybody keeps telling me. I mean, you've told me, Texas. Dirk has told me. A lot of people have told me you need to give Hereditary another chance, and I'm trying to work myself back up to rewatch it. I've also been told to go ahead and watch Midsummer, but I haven't found the time to finish up Midsummer. I only got through like the first few scenes of Midsummer.
Well,
I think I would like Midsummer. I've never seen it. I don't know whether I'd like Hereditary though, because from what I've heard, all the hype again.
well,
It just doesn't appeal to me.
my take on Hereditary is that it's not exactly, but to me, it's sort of a current adaptation of Rosemary's Baby, but done a little different.
That's interesting.
Right.
I never thought of it that way. I think I just couldn't get past the fact that, in my opinion, everybody in that one main family was a freaking whiny ass. And I just got to, I mean, that was before people started getting killed and stuff. They would, that's just how I felt they did all the time. Even the teenage boy, the brother of the girl that looked kind of odd. What in the world was wrong with that dude? Because like,
Well, you gotta understand. I mean, because it's like I don't want to give like a lot of things away, but
mhm,
there's some powers there, that are
at work.
yeah, that are increasingly kind of making him go crazy, and he's trying to figure out like what's going on, and and it's all revealed at the end, and it's just kind of like, holy shit, like, you know.
And maybe I need to go back and watch it, but I just thought he was a whiny bitch all the time. Like even before things started getting really dark in the movie, but and then like what happens to some of the people, again, I don't want to give anything away, but what happens to some of the people in the film, it does seem to come out of nowhere, and those are kind of like holy shit moments. But I don't know. Steve couldn't understand why I didn't like it. And, like I said, I think you've mentioned it more than once, Texas. Dirk has mentioned it more than once. Can't understand why I don't like that film.
I think Dirk wants to pick it for the podcast, but I think he's a bit scared of what you and Steve think. I think that's the only way I would watch it, to be honest. I wouldn't go out my way to watch it.
Gotcha. And maybe, I think maybe it was Wes that mentioned like doing like a watch along for Hereditary. Would I do that with them, like with him and Aaron? And I said, yeah, I probably could do that. I would relent a little bit and do that if they wanted to do that. But that would probably, at this point, that's probably the only way you could get me to watch that damn thing again. And I think he mentioned like the Evil Dead remake, which oh God, I don't even want to speak the name of that remake.
I tried again recently, as you know, and I just cannot get through that whole like weed and drug thing. 10 minutes, I can't get through it. It's just, I've tried, I want to love it, I want to like it, whatever, but I just can't.
Well, when I went to see it at the theater with Steve, I wanted to like it too. I thought I'm going to go in here with an open mind. I'm not going to have any prejudgments. I tried to stay away from anything that people were talking about that had already seen it because I didn't want my judgment clouded. And boy, did I try. I'm just like you, Darren. I tried. I really tried hard. And I have never wanted to get up and leave the movie theater before this film. I didn't, but boy, did I want to. I figured I felt like this was the biggest waste of my time. And I've seen a lot of stuff that people call shit. And I've sat through it and I've enjoyed it, but I could not find anything to enjoy about this film. Nothing.
Yeah, exactly. I was the same. The first time I watched it, I actually sat through it all. But now I can't. Like I said, I can't get through 10 minutes of it. And that I know Steve likes the Blair Witch Project remake. That's another one I just can't. I just cannot watch it.
It was just for me. It was just okay.
Right,
I didn't like it. I didn't hate it. I just didn't feel. I didn't really feel any way about it. I was just neutral, I guess, or numb, or whatever. It didn't do anything for me. It didn't do anything to hurt me. It was just there.
Well, the makers said it was going to be one of the scariest films ever made, and I think it was even given like another name on it when it first came out. It wasn't called Blair Witch.
Yeah, I think so. But you know what? Nowadays, when somebody says that this is going to be the scariest movie ever, that throws up all kinds of red flags for me. It didn't used to. Used to, if somebody said this is going to be the scariest movie ever made, I'd be like, I'll be the first one in line to get my ticket to go see this. But now I've been burned so many times that when somebody says that, the red flags go up.
If someone said that to me now, I'd just hand them a copy of The Exorcist. I'm done with it.
Oh, yeah. There's the scariest movie ever made.
The thing that got me about that Blair Witch remake was the guy that directed it, Adam Wingard. He did You're Next, which I think is amazing. I love that movie, And then he had a couple of the shorts in the first, or had one in like, I think maybe VHS, the first one and the second one. and he also had a couple of them in ABC's of Death. But the thing that really annoyed me about that was like at the ending when they're all in that house and there's all the flashing lights and all that. I'm like, that's no witch. Those are aliens, That's what I thought it was. I'm like, this is bullshit, And and now he went on to do like Godzilla versus Kong, which was okay, but it's just like sell out much, kind of thing to me, because I thought he was a pretty decent horror director, or going to be, and just like,
Yeah, I'd love to see him do like something like You're Next again, maybe the sequel or another slasher. But I think it'd be fantastic.
Texas was saying stuff about, you hate to say you feel like somebody's sold out, but, and I hate to use the word sold out about my favorite directors, but in some ways, I feel like people like Sam Raimi, who I still respect as a director, and I love the new Doctor Strange movie that he did. But when he first started doing the Spider-Man movies, granted, I was pretty pissed that I wasn't getting another Evil Dead movie when it would have been prime. They could have still used Bruce Campbell as Ash at that point. And no, he didn't want to do that. He wanted to go off and make the silly comic book movies, is what I thought at the time, And I was pretty pissed. And I almost feel like people like Sam Raimi sold their soul to Hollywood.
Yeah, but weren't you pissed when Darkman came out?
I don't know. I guess Darkman is another movie that I just feel kind of neutral or numb about. I neither love it nor hate it. It's just kind of there, and every once in a while I might watch it. But yeah, I see what you're saying. But I guess what really pissed me off about the Spider-Man stuff is it came about at a time when we could have gotten a new Evil Dead movie, and we didn't. And he just chose to go completely Hollywood on us and say, "Oh, I want to make Spider-Man." Like that was his dream all along, to make comic book superhero movies instead of making the stuff that us fans loved. It's like almost like he turned on us. No, I want to go out and make this Hollywood bullshit for the mainstream people.
I think in terms of his bank balance, he made the right decision. But even now, he could come back and make one now for the fans, because he knows how much the fans want another one, especially after that remake. But yeah, I don't know. The guy's not even that old, is he? He was, what, 60?
I don't think so.
Maybe.
Yeah.
So he's got another good horror film in him, but he just chooses not to. It's the same with. Would you say Toby Hooper with Poltergeist sort of, done the same? Because I don't. I think Poltergeist with the Spielberg thing. Go on, sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, even though Poltergeist is a movie that appears to be Hollywoodized, and more mainstream, more people will talk about Poltergeist than they would in mainstream circles. More people are going to talk about Poltergeist than Texas Chainsaw Massacre. But I believe, even though I believe like you, Darren, that even though Poltergeist might have a few like Toby Hooper footprints on it, it's still a Spielberg picture. I don't know. I don't care how you want to look at it. And Spielberg is known for doing blockbusters. I mean,
it's got the look of a Spielberg film. I think Hooper done a little bit more than what he's being given credit for, really, even though his name is as the director. I think it's another film that a lot of people, for some reason, recently have been giving it a little bit of hate. But this was in my childhood. This was on TV every 3 to 6 months, and it's something like you and your dad used to do with Jaws. It's something you'd look forward to. You'd write
Yeah.
it off in the calendar, you know, in the TV guide, and then you look forward all week on the Saturday, say when they showed it. But I love that film. I don't understand the hate.
Yeah,
I
and
actually like Poltergeist 2 as well a lot.
right. And Poltergeist has some freaking, like, there's some stuff that still freaks me out when I watch Poltergeist. And one of the big scenes that I've talked about before, in other streams, I think, is the scene where the one of the ghost guys, the paranormal guys, when they're staying at the Freeling's house, he gets hungry and goes into the kitchen to get him something to eat, and he just gets in the refrigerator and gets some chicken out and stuff, and he also gets a steak out. Why he's eating the Freeling steak, I don't know, but for whatever reason, he gets the steak out, lays it out on the counter. He's getting ready to cook it, and you see maggots come out of the steak, and it's kind of like crawling across the countertop. And then it's like he goes in the bathroom to, like, or some room with a sink, and splashes water on his face, and this light comes on, and it's like he's being microwaved, and he's watching as his face is falling off, and then all of a sudden it flashes, and it's like it was a nightmare or something, like the
Yeah,
ghosts were screwing with him and making him see that. I always thought that scene was very freaky.
there's quite a few good scenes in that film that's vastly underrated, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone mentions a clown, don't they? Hasn't that Sean guy got the clown? He actually got the real clown. What's his name? Sean. He was on Dead Pit.
Oh, Sean
Sean Clark.
Clark.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
he
think he
may
actually
have.
owns the real
Yeah.
clown.
You
That
know,
would be
speaking
really
of
cool.
Sean Clark, I saw him briefly at Horror Hound today when I
Oh
was
right, yeah,
but he was busy talking to somebody, so I didn't say, "Hey, Sean, how you doing?"
yeah. He's another cool guy.
Yeah,
I like his podcast. He got.
I need to actually listen to his podcast because I knew he had one, but I don't think I've listened to one episode.
I say it's a podcast. It's like a thing you do yourself with YouTube. They're on
Uh,
camera. It's him and Chris Nelson, who does the Halloween
okay.
makeup, and they're
Yeah.
pretty good. They got good chemistry together, and they're very entertaining.
Texas, I feel like I'm kind of taking over the conversation again. You got real quiet, so
Oh no. I'm checking on Miss Tex here. Her cousin called her, and apparently it was supposed to be a short conversation, and she's still talking to
oh,
her. But it's not, no. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how. Geez, what I'm trying to even string together here. Like, as far, yeah, I feel the same way, like, about Toby Hooper. I mean, I know he was doing a few things that were like supposedly failures, like Life Force, I guess, and then his remake of Invaders from Mars and whatnot. But I mean, I don't know. Like, the only thing of Sam Raimi's that I don't like was Drag Me to Hell.
I didn't like Drag Me to Hell either, Texas, and I've said this before, but the thing that I felt like Sam Raimi was just saying, I'm going to throw everything that people loved from all the Evil Dead movies in this one film, and that one film was shit. And it didn't matter how much Evil Dead stuff you were going to throw in there. At the end of the day, the movie was still shit. And I didn't like the actors in it. I didn't like the story. And the only thing I can say about it that was good was if you took those Evil Dead tropes out of it and just showed me that stuff, I'd say, "Oh, that's pretty cool." But the movie's awful. It's
Yeah.
awful.
Oh, right. I think I'm in the minority. I kind of like it.
You
I
kind of
think
like
it's more of an Evil Dead film than the remake, obviously. It's not great, I understand, but I just kind of enjoy entertaining more than anything.
Well,
It's not something, I'll go and watch all the time.
I don't, it's just also PG-13 really horror like bothered me for the longest time because people would say, "Oh, this movie's really good," blah blah blah. Like, what was that, Lady in Black or whatever,
Oh
or the
yeah.
Woman in Black? But I mean, the only time, I thought like PG horror was good was like the Insidious movies. I think those are fantastic, but that's
Mhm.
because it's James Wan, and I think everything he's done so far has been really good. Especially there's a movie that's not exactly a horror movie that he did called Death Sentence with Kevin Bacon.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Fabulous, so damn good, and the just and then I'm trying to think what else, like the happy Death Day to
Mhm.
You, and both of those movies I think are great, and especially the sequel was good because they totally turned it around from the first one and made it like a completely different movie, even though it was a sequel, and I thought that was really good. And
Mhm.
so those are about the only ones I can say, oh yeah, these are really good. But like,
I
I don't know, Drag Me to Hell, just ugh, no.
I think with PG-13 horror, and this is my own personal opinion, is you got to have a director that knows how to work the audience in a PG-13 atmosphere. And
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
if they don't know how to do that, then the movie is not going to work unless it's little teeny boppers that don't know anything anyway.
There
Um,
is one PG-13 film I think is fantastic, mine, and that's The Final Girls. Have
Oh
you
oh
seen
yeah.
that?
yeah, I did enjoy that one.
Yeah.
That's done right. I think, I'd love to have seen maybe an uncut version, but I don't think, obviously they did. I don't think they cut any deleted scenes or anything. But that's when you can do a PG-13 right. And
Yes.
it's got everything. It's got the old nostalgia for the old 80s slashers. You've got like a Friday the 13th type setting. I'd like to see, that the director of that do something else. I'm not even sure of his name, to be honest. But yeah, that was a cool film.
Now, TJ is asking anybody see Raimi's A Simple Plan. I have seen that. I love A Simple
Yeah,
Plan.
that's a great movie.
I've not
That
seen that one.
Oh, Darren, you need to see that. I'd love to know what you would think about that movie because that movie, just when you think things can't get any worse that's happening to the people within the movie, it gets a lot worse, and it's like, holy crap, what in the world?
Right,
Um,
so is that a horror film then?
no, I wouldn't really call that one a horror film.
It's a suspense,
Yeah, drama,
you know.
suspense, maybe. Yeah, definitely
It's
not
like,
horror though.
speaking of like Billy Bob, though, real quick, have you ever seen The Gift?
I have,
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
like it.
Yeah,
I
I love
really like
that
that
one
film.
too. Yeah.
It's
I
been a
mean,
while, but I remember really liking that one.
that's the thing. Sam Raimi he had awesome films in him, and I still think he would have awesome films, horror films. But it's almost like he's not trying anymore, that he doesn't care to cater to that fan base anymore. Unless he's
Yeah,
sticking some Evil Dead type stuff in, the new Doctor Strange movie or some other type of movie that he's making. Um, I just don't think that he's interested in that fan base. He doesn't care what they want or what they would like to see come from him. He's already immersed himself in the comic book universe. And I
the
really
worst thing he. Go on, sorry.
I was just gonna say, I don't ever think we're gonna get the Evil Dead Sam Raimi back ever again.
Right, I think the worst thing he ever done was stop us from seeing Within the Woods, because that was all ready to go. Michael Felcher did either I know we did extras for it on the one Evil Dead set they were going to come out with back in,
Mm-hmm.
well, I'm talking Anchor Bay back in the early 2000s. And he's the
Right.
one who stopped it in its tracks. They were all printed up, everything. I think the discs
Yep.
were pressed. And all we got now is that crappy sort of 20, 30-minute version on YouTube.
Yeah.
So,
Which there are varying qualities of that. I have managed to obtain although it's still hard to watch. It's still like watching a third generation VHS that somebody left out in the sun too long, and but it's about the best quality one I've been able to find, and I think I got it from somebody off of YouTube, or I mean not
right.
YouTube, but eBay. I mean, and they may have pulled it off of YouTube, but
But I
that
can't see why he said no when it was already done. Everything was done.
I'm
You know what?
wondering if he at that point in time even he was thinking this could ruin my career to make bigger things. If I mean, I don't think it would have, but maybe that was his train of thought.
Yeah, possibly, because it's such a rough looking film. But I don't
But
know.
it's great though. I even like the version that I've been able to see. Now, Texas, have you seen a rough cut of Within the Woods?
No, not at all.
I
I
would,
would recommend digging it. You know,
yeah.
trying to find it on YouTube maybe. Even though it's rough, I think it's definitely worth a watch.
Hmm. Definitely. You'll see where the early seeds of the Evil Dead movies, definitely.
And
Um,
there's a great scene in that as well, where similar to the Evil Dead, where she's running up to the front of the house.
mhm.
Yeah, it's some, like I say, it's it's a crime that's just not been released for
The
me.
only thing that's kind of creepy about it is if Ellen Samwise plays his sister in The Evil Dead. She's his
Yeah,
girlfriend in Within the Woods, and I can't stop myself from thinking about that every time I watch one or the other. It's like, ew, this is a little bit weird.
right. Another thing, Dana, is with the Evil Dead series. I don't think I've ever asked you this. Was they brought going back in it might be late 2000s? They bought a DVD version out of it on Region One with the blue cover, and the
Oh,
ladies of
yeah.
the Evil Dead. It was down on there like they were going to do a commentary track, and they never did, or it was never released. Do you know
Yeah.
why? Have you any idea why?
I don't know why, but I do remember that. I remember that
Oh,
clearly.
I would love to have heard that.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know because there was a time period when those gals I actually met them several years ago at a convention. And they were at that point in time just gung ho about like really wanting to connect with the fans and all of that. And so I really don't know what happened with that.
There's some good extras on the actual set, mind, with them, including them. But that commentary would have been fantastic.
Yeah, I think I've talked about this before. This isn't Evil Dead related, but Chopping Mall, I believe, was supposed to have a really cool commentary. And then I forgot what somebody told me about that. Why it didn't show up. I don't know if it got lost or something.
Right.
I
Yeah,
think Kelly
didn't it get
Maroney and
it got
all
erased or something, didn't it?
maybe that's what it was.
I still need to pick up the Vestron of that. It is on Vestron, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't got that one. I got Blood Dine and Waxwork, but I need to get that one. That's one I've never seen mine chopping more. So, I've got this like old Region 2 DVD and it's pretty crappy. So I haven't really bothered to watch it. So I've been holding out. But yeah, now you mentioned that, I'll write it down because it's one I've got to get or I
Mhm.
definitely want to see it. It's
Did
called
y'all
Killbots on it when it first came out.
did y'all hear me tell the story about when Steve and I went to the drive-in up in Indiana I think it was a Skyline Drive-In. We actually went up there a couple of times, but the second time we went, we actually camped out. We brought a tent and we camped out, and they showed movies all night long. And Chopping Mall was one of the movies they showed way up in the morning. Of course, Steve was out. He was sawing logs. And I was, I was still awake because I was wanting to see these damn movies. And so I had to run to the restroom or something. And so I had to go to the snack bar. And when I was coming back through, I saw Jim Wynorski in the snack bar, and he kind of smiled at me, and that was that. We said hi, and that was it. But I was like, I saw Jim Wynorski in the snack bar.
That's cool. Yeah, like he's made. Did he make? I'm trying to think. Did he make Hard to Die? Is that the same director?
I want to say, yeah, Darren. I'm
Yeah, I
not
think it did.
100%, but I'm pretty sure.
He made a few like the Slumber Party Massacre type rip-off films.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's one. That's a good one. It's a fun one, Alan.
Oh, yeah. I mean, maybe we should do a watch along for that sometime. I'm going to write that. Hard to Die and Orville Ketchum.
I think you should
all that.
find Hard to Die on YouTube. It should be anyway. Because I don't think it's
Yeah.
ever had a DVD release of it, or no, I don't think it has.
I'm pretty sure you can find it on YouTube. I was thinking I watched it on YouTube not very long ago.
Yeah.
Because that was the one where they made like Sorority House Massacre 2, and it had
Right.
basically the same people, and then they
Yeah.
did Hard to Die.
That's
And,
right, yeah. And that's one that I don't see why Vinegar Syndrome can't get hold of. So I'm sure like Wynorski would sell that film. Or if he holds the rights, he would, it wouldn't cost a lot to get that.
No, and I mean, when you think of this kind of stuff that they have worked hard to get rights to, I don't understand why they wouldn't try to get something that would be, it would sell. It would definitely sell, and it would be easier for them to get, but it doesn't seem like they want to go after that piece of property.
Yeah, maybe it's a rights issue or something.
It's possible, but I'm like you. I don't think that Jim Wynorski would put up a fight. Somebody wanted to give him a little bit of money for the rights to it.
Exactly, like you say, he was at that screening. You saw it. He would embrace it. He's that type of guy. He's a very fun guy.
Yeah, he seemed like he was having a heck of a good time there. I don't know if he was getting popcorn or what he was doing, but like I said, I saw him in the snack bar. But
well, at least he wasn't drunk or something.
No, he didn't appear to be drunk.
I'm just kidding.
I actually too did back when I was doing my blood type fanzine. Wynorski was somebody that I was able to connect with and did an interview with. I emailed him 10 questions and he emailed me back with the answers. That was traditionally how I did my interviews. Like I had some people tell me that I could call them, and they gave me their number. But at that point in time, I just was so intimidated. I couldn't call these people and do interviews. I couldn't do like Dead Pit. Dead Pit did that. There was a time period where they were doing that like every week or something. They would.
I wish I would have gotten phone calls from Marilyn Burns, because Uncle Bill said that she would like call him sometimes and just chat and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, holy shit, that would have been great just to gab with her, about, Texas Chainsaw and Eaten Alive and stuff. That would have ruled.
No, I've told this story before, but it's been a while since it's been a minute since I told this story. But um, Dick Smith, the great makeup artist who did The Exorcist and a bunch of other stuff, Ghost Story, I could just go on and on about the great stuff that Dick Smith did. But there was a time when I was still living at home with my parents where I really got in, and I'm still interested in how they do special makeup effects and like old school makeup effects. And so I was trying to contact everybody I could think of. I don't know why I didn't try to contact Tom Savini, but I didn't. But I knew that Dick Smith had been a big influence on people like Tom Savini and a bunch of the other guys that were big at the time. So I wrote a letter to Dick Smith, and he wrote me back and gave me his phone number and
Wow.
and said that I could call him anytime. Now, I've been told that later on in life, Dick Smith got where he was more of a recluse. It seemed to be, didn't want to be bothered. Seemed very wary of people contacting him. But at this point in time, he was like, "Yeah, here's my phone number. Call me, and I'll discuss makeup effects with you." But I just couldn't do it. I couldn't bring myself to call this guy because this guy was a legend to me, and I just could not imagine just making a phone call to this guy. What on earth could I talk about with him?
Talk
I,
about Little Big Man. That movie. Oh man, the makeup he did in that.
yes, yes, that guy was amazing.
Oh shit. So
Oh God, yeah.
you should have just hired me along to just say, okay, you call this person and do the interview for me. I would have done it.
X-Ray said you didn't call Dick Smith. I know, I'm crazy.
I
I'm
think
an
I would have been
idiot.
like Dana. I wouldn't have had the guts to do it. I don't think.
I just I was not expecting him to write me back at all. And then when he wrote back and gave me his phone number, um, I was just like, wow. But I think this was still at the point in time where Dick Smith was anybody that was interested in special makeup effects. I mean, he did that for a time. Like, it didn't matter who contacted him. It could have been Joe Blow from East LA or something, or, some backwoods place. I was out in the sticks. I mean, he didn't know me. I could have been a serial killer. I could have tracked him down and killed him.
The
Oh,
thing is
come on now.
with him as well is that I've seen him the odd. He comes up in the odd documentary talking now and again about The Exorcist, but not that much really when you think of it.
Mhm.
I would love to have seen him sit down and do like an hour interview all about that film.
Right.
But you don't see too much, old interviews of him really, because he's a legend.
Oh, yeah.
But
And
in
he
regards to it, go on. Sorry,
I was
go on.
just gonna say again, he was an influence on so many of the special makeup effects guys that I grew up watching.
Yeah,
Even the K&B guys. Savini, probably Rick Baker. I mean, all of those guys that were huge at one time.
yeah. Rob Bottin, another one.
Right? Yes.
But what was I going to say? In regards to your magazine, because I was going through old boxes the other day, and I've still got some of your old magazines. But you
Oh,
did like a
wow.
really, yeah, you did like a real cool interview with Lombardo Radici, the guy
Oh,
from House on.
Giovanni. Yeah, yeah.
Oh
He
my
was.
God, he's brilliant. I would love to talk to him.
And that guy was as sweet can be. And I mean, he played some pretty reprehensible characters.
Yeah, yeah,
But in real life, the guy was, I mean, I, there are very few people in my life that I've interacted with that have been that sweet. And for this guy not to know me and he's an Italian guy, and everything. He's like a world away, and so for him to give as much as he gave for my little old fanzine, and he would always, every email that when he corresponded back and forth with me during that time period that I was interviewing him, he would always sign his emails, Love Giovanni.
Right,
And
that's cool.
I just thought that that was really nice and showed that, he cared that people were interested in what he did. And he was honest. He was as honest can be about
That's
everything that
why,
I asked him.
yeah, that's why I think for something like you're doing now on StreamYard, I think you would be perfect to have on. And I think he would probably do it as well because I've heard he answers every Facebook message and things like
Mhm.
that. He would be brilliant to have on you just for like an hour, 2 hours, just to bullshit about all the Italian
Well,
films he's
I
been in.
am going to. I will certainly look into that. Speaking of people like talking to you through Facebook and being willing to talk to you like that, I wish to goodness that oh gosh, my brain's not working. It's too late at night. Paul Kelman from
Yeah,
My
yeah,
Bloody Valentine, TJ from My Bloody Valentine. He was one that I heard after the fact, unfortunately, that he would talk to anybody that contacted him. And he was on Pizzow's.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I think he was on there more than once, wasn't he, Darren? Wasn't he
Yeah, I
on?
know he did a commentary track, I know for definite.
Mhm.
That was really entertaining. Um, yeah, and funny enough, on Pizzaz's channel as well is another guy who I think would pretty much do an interview is Eric Friedman.
Eric
I know
Freeman.
he's got a different name now. That was his pseudonym.
Mm.
But he always seems like he's up for the fans talking to him. He actually gets quite overwhelmed by it all because he can't believe, like,
Yeah, he,
people.
he didn't know he was this big sensation.
Yeah, he's maybe one to look for in the future, maybe. I wouldn't
Yeah.
mind coming on as well and talking to some of these guys as well.
I still want to get Darcy the mail girl because I don't know if I talked very long. I mean, I might have talked briefly about my last interaction with both her and Joe Bob at the last, uh, excuse me, thing here in Louisville where they were at. We went to another showing, I guess, of how Redneck saved Hollywood. And Steve said, I think I'm done. We went to 2 of these Joe Bob shows. Um, but the main reason why I wanted to do it is because I wanted to talk to him and Darcy again. And Darcy, actually, I sent, she ordered a candle from me on my Etsy shop. And I'm sure Texas knows about this. And she was my first order for anything from my Etsy shop, and she ordered an Ernie candle. As anybody that watches The Last Drive-In knows, Ernie's the bearded dragon that's on the show. But she ordered an Ernie candle, and I sent her some stickers that I had made, and I had been noticing I think it was this past season of The Last Drive-In. I noticed that Darcy had a little, I don't know, almost like a fanny pack type thing on with her mail girl uniform on or outfit or whatever. But anyway, I noticed a sticker that looked very familiar on her little fanny pack thing. And I was like, that can't be the sticker that I sent to her. So when I met them again, I told her that I was the one that sewed her the candle, and she's like, "Oh my gosh!" And then she pointed at that sticker, and she said,
Oh,
"This is
that's
yours
cool.
too, isn't it?" And I said, "Yeah, it is." So that sticker that I had kept seeing on the last drive-in was the one that I sent her. So
She
I
would
was,
make a great interview as well.
Yes, and I'm gonna try to contact her again because I am a Patreon member of the Lost Drive-In. I don't know if Texas, you or Darren are members of that either, or as well, but um, it's like $35 a month, but you get a lot of cool stuff. Darcy sends out, special Blu-rays periodically. Plus, you get stuff from Patreon like T-shirts and hoodies, and depending on how many months you've been with the Lost Drive-In. And
Yeah.
Darcy also, she's broke open the archives on all the Joe Bob stuff, and she's bringing out stuff, and you get access to all of that. So I need to try to contact her through that portal again and see if I can connect up with her.
Yeah, she
All I,
knows her stuff as well. See, sorry, Tex, go on.
no, I was just gonna say all I want from Darcy is a few autographed nude 8x10s.
You better
At
be
least you're being
hoping
honest.
that Blissful's not in here, Texas. You're gonna be in trouble.
Speaking of
Hopefully, Miss
which,
Tex ain't listening.
speaking of which, she's in another chat at the moment, and it's a lady we go to. It's called Out of the Shadows with Ginger. She talks about paranormal stuff and a lot of different things. But so I'm in here with you guys, and I'm sort of in there too. But I just got a text. She said that because they wanted a link, so I put the link in there. So you just got a bunch of subscribers. Woo!
Holy
That's cool.
cow!
She's into the paranormal stuff.
Well, she's really good. I mean, it gets a little crazy sometimes because I guess, a lot of these people know each other and stuff, and which is good because we all know each other, you know, but we've been trying for a while to get them to subscribe because there's a lot of horror fans in there, and we're like, well, you're missing out. You got to come. And she even said, told him in the room that she goes, it's a very relaxed channel. It's good, no drama, because the places that she goes, there's a lot of drama sometimes. You wouldn't believe, but
right, yeah.
the thing, anyway, because YouTube is its own fucking universe, as it is.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. I always say, I've said this before, I'll say it again. If I ever do get to the point where I can get monetized, that's great. But honestly, that's not what I'm doing this for. I feel like, and I'm not trying to start drama here. I think some people do literally start out with the thought in mind that that's what they want. That's the end result, is they want to make money off of it. Heck, if I get any money at any point in time, that'll just be a side bonus, because I tell you what, coming in here and doing these things a bunch of times a week, even though Steve tells me that I shouldn't, it's like overkill. He says, doing so many. He's like, do you have to do one every night or every other night? But it keeps me sane, because just like I've been talking about the stuff going on with my employer right now, if I didn't have some kind of outlet, I think I'd already be at the funny farm by now.
Yeah.
My brain would just be, I know I kid that it's mush, but it would be gone, because I have, I've dealt with, like I said before, I've dealt with depression and anxiety for years. And I get it honest, it runs rampant on my mom's side of the family, especially. But it helps to have people with similar interests any point in time. But if you're dealing with mental health issues, you really need the support system of people that you can just go and get together and just bullshit about whatever, and get together and talk about movies or whatever else you're, if pottery, if pottery is your thing, you got to have some kind of outlet. Um, but so that's what I find most important about this. And that's why I want to get more subscribers, is because so everybody can share in the fun. And I always say the more the merrier.
I would
Well,
say just keep pulling your links out, getting people to put links out. Because I think, like I said earlier, I think the channel's going in the right direction. I always learn something every time I tune into one of these. So yeah, just keep getting your name out. Just keep getting people to, keep putting it out there all the time. But sorry, Tex, go on.
yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to get you some more people, that's all. I'm not trying to get it so you get monetized. I mean, that's your deal, whatever you want to do,
Right.
I'm
Well,
doing it
I just
because
I don't want people to feel like that I'm trying to get that's the ultimate goal, because it's
well, you never even talk about that though. So I mean, it's not I mean, that's neither here nor there. I don't even know why you're even thinking about it.
I
I'm
always worry, Texas. I always worry what people might be thinking, and that's something that I've
well,
dealt with for years.
but these people aren't like it. I mean,
Mm.
they're all horror fans and they need a place to go besides their, trauma communities and drama bullshit. And I'm
Right.
trying to give them a safe place to come to, and
Well,
enjoy
I'm
themselves.
glad that you feel like this is a safe place, because I try to, I don't want to have any drama. I know there has been, and I'm not going to rehash all that, but there was a little bit of drama at one point, but I just decided I'm not going to go there anymore. I'm not going to dip into that pool anymore. Um, just no swimming in that pool for me. So I just I want it to be relatively drama free here, and I'm glad that Texas that you feel that way, and I'm assuming Darren feels that way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like I'm a member, obviously, of this community. There's another couple of little communities on YouTube that I'm a member of, horror-wise.
Mm.
And yeah, everyone gets along. You barely see any drama now, so it's good that everyone's got the same interest. Because, like I said earlier, I've barely got one friend I can talk to about horror films, and he's not into it as much as I am anyway. So this is my
Right.
little release as well.
Right. And I feel like that as much as I love Steve and as much as he loves me, when you live with somebody day in and day out, you get on each other's nerves. It's bound to happen. So when I can't talk to Steve about movies, I know that I can come on YouTube and talk with you guys about movies. And then when you guys get tired, you can say, well, hey guys, it's been fun, but I'm out for the night, you know, and we're like, oh, okay, we'll see you next time. When you're in the household with somebody day in and day out, it's hard to be able to separate and
Yeah.
decompress.
It's
Uh,
kind of you know everything about Steve's like tastes in films. So you've probably had every conversation in that regard under the sun about certain things, films, and that. So
I
yeah,
kid
it's
him.
good.
I kid him sometimes that I think that we've watched all the good movies that we both like back when we were dating and early in our marriage, and now that we've been married for 9 years, now all the stuff is like, I don't want to watch that crap anymore. I tell him that, and I'll say I don't want to watch some of that new crap that he's watching, because it seems not all of it, but the majority of it to me seems god awful. And then he says, well, why do you want to go back and watch some 30-year-old piece of shit movie? And I said, because it's fun and I enjoy it.
Like these 80s slasher films, they're comfort food for me. Like I can pop anyone in really. I pretty much get enjoyment out of most of them.
Mhm.
There is the odd one here and there you don't, it just don't resonate with you or whatever. But most of them are just it's just a cheesy good time. And then you've got the other thing. Then I love obviously the Jellos with the Euro Cult podcast and all that.
Yeah.
I love some mainstream stuff as well. Not a lot, but I do like some. So it's great to hear everyone's thoughts and getting to know Tex a lot better now as well. So when you're talking to people now, I think, oh yeah, I remember that he didn't like this film or he liked this film, and you can get spark off more conversation.
Oh yeah, it's good to bounce things off of different people. I mean, because that's why I say the more the merrier in here, because the more different personality types we get in here, I think the more fun it's going to be. Because just like when Dirk first started coming in here, and I was like, man, this is awesome, because we're getting more and more different types of different personality types, different I was hearing about different movies that I may have either not thought of in a long time or maybe not thought of at all.
Yeah.
And so it's that is you're able to bounce things off of somebody else, and they'll say, "Oh, by the way, have you watched this?" And it's like, "No, I didn't catch that one," or "I haven't watched that one in 10 years." So it's really, really good. Um, but guys, I mean, I have had a really, really good time tonight. And I would really like to go on all night, but I know what's going to happen if I do that. I'm going to, be like a slug tomorrow if I don't get a
Well,
little
it's
bit
it's
sleep.
3:45 in the morning, yeah. So yeah, I'm going
Yeah,
to be a bit like that, I think.
yeah, and I see, Darren, I totally forget until you bring up that the time differential between the States and the UK. Um,
Yeah.
I tend to like I know that you're British, but like until it just that goes out the window the more we talk. I just don't think about it. And then when you bring that up, it's like, oops,
Oh, don't worry, I'll do it all again tomorrow. Like it's I really enjoy doing these. And now, I come on, when you've got StreamYard and that, maybe I can come on a bit more now and come because I was like you, I was a bit nervous at first, even like doing voices and all. So doing
uh,
the podcast has got me out of that a bit.
right.
But
Well,
yeah, hopefully, go
you
on.
guys both did an excellent job. Texas, you were great. I
Well,
definitely
thank you.
want I definitely want to have you both on here, but I want to get some other people in here. So guys,
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
whip out next time.
Yeah.
Texas is going to call you out again if you don't
You
get
know,
on here.
I mean, I'm not gonna name names, but there's a few people that I've seen, other streamers that I've seen that just they can't let it flow. They're just, yeah, this is a really good movie. Yeah, and I mean,
Oh
I'm
yeah,
just
yeah.
it's just like, get me a gun and I'm gonna put a bullet in my head if I have to keep listening to this person. Just on and on. But
And it's nothing worse when you've got someone as well who don't know what they're talking about. They
yeah, oh
got
yeah,
pretty
But they think
little
they know what
knowledge.
you're talking about.
Yeah, like you say, like Tex just said now, they do a review of a film and it's like, oh yeah, it was good. And there's nothing
Yeah, but
else
tell
coming
us
up.
why it was good.
well,
Exactly.
I mean, there's one particular person, like I said, I'm not going to name names, but he'll always do these unboxings. And I think he's one of the types that Uncle Bill had talked about where he just buys a shitload of stuff, no
Mm,
clue, he's just, I'm going to buy it, and then he's like, yeah, this one looks pretty good. I think, yeah, maybe I'll watch this one next. And he'll read the synopsis, tell you all about it, but he's never seen the damn thing. And it's like, well, that doesn't help.
Oh yeah, there's so many hipsters on YouTube at the
oh
moment.
my
Again, I
gosh.
won't name names.
And these people that you can tell they just got so much money, they don't know what to do with it. So there's this one guy, and again, I'm not going to mention names because I don't want to start drama. But there's this one guy that Steve used to watch quite frequently. that he ran his own business, and evidently it was a successful business. And he made so much money, I guess he could just afford to throw it away. So he would buy movies that he didn't know anything about. He would buy movies that he didn't even like. He would buy multiple copies of the same movie. Nothing different about them, no different extras, nothing. It was just like, I'm going to buy 5 copies of this movie on Blu-ray just because I can.
I think I know the guy you're on about, but if it's the same one I'm thinking of, he used to buy boxes of like Hong Kong DVDs and you couldn't even tell what was on the fucking DVD. Palmer Lamb again.
That might be the
Shit.
same guy. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
he used to buy boxes and boxes, and he'd open the boxes up and say, "Well, I don't know what it is, but I'm keeping
Yeah.
it in my collection."
And people will send them stuff like,
That's right. Yeah, he
and
actually, if it's the guy I'm thinking of, he actually reinforced his room so he could put like films up on his like top of his walls and stuff.
yeah.
So yeah, crazy. I think Wes, if it's the one I'm thinking of, Wes used to take the Mickey out of him a little bit.
It's probably the same guy. I'd probably have to ask Steve for sure, but even Steve has quit like watching him. I don't think I've seen him watch a video that this person has done for a long, long while.
But that's becoming a little bit of a trend now with YouTube. You've got these like hipsters, they're buying every single release of everything. And I don't know about you, but I know there's not enough hours in the day to watch all this.
Exactly.
And where they get, it's none of my business, but where the hell are they getting the money from to do this?
Yeah, unless they're living in their parents' basement and they're not, having to worry about paying the light bill and paying the water bill and getting food to eat because their parents take care of every need they got. I
Well,
don't
yeah.
know.
And like I say, that's their business. I got nothing wrong with that. But when they come on then, and like you say, they just cannot even string 3 sentences together about a film. They got no real opinion on a film. Oh, it's just annoying. It's just maddening.
Yeah, I don't get it. And Steve tells me, and he's told me this more than once about different people. I said, I don't understand how these people get all these views on their videos because they don't really give me anything. It's like Darren said, they're not describing to you why they like this movie. They may spend a whole bunch of money on some cool ass packaging and sit there for 45 minutes and tell you about the cool ass packaging that they could afford to buy because they've got more money than we do somewhere.
Exactly. It's like they're taunting you, saying, "Look, I got this special edition of whatever. I know you." afford it, but look at me, and all I'm going to do is just put it on the shelf and not even watch it.
And look at my 1.5 million views that I've got on this video. It's like, what the heck?
Well, that's probably why they can afford it, actually. Yeah.
And I'm not going to go into details because this causes drama with people, but I still see bunches and bunches and bunches of people, and I'm sure you guys do too, but you don't have to say, because like I said, if you're not careful, this causes a bunch of drama. But people that seem to ride on the coattails of other people, just so they can get more popular. And you look at their views prior to them riding on the coattails of someone else, and the views, they just wasn't getting the views, and then all of a sudden they just exploded. But that's all I'm going to say about that. I just know, I bet you guys have noticed that with certain people too. So
yeah, but the quality always rises to the top. So the bad ones fall away anyway, because eventually. But yeah, it's mind-boggling how some of them do get as many views as they do. But yeah, just keep doing what you're doing. I think I'd rather have like 8 or 10 viewers on year that watch and interact everything every week than 10,000 who barely comment. So
yeah,
you know.
And if you get that many, it's hard to. I can interact with 10 people,
Yeah,
but 110 people, I'm not going to be able to interact with all of those people.
exactly. Yeah, and if
It's
the monetizing thing comes along, then take it with both. Take everything you can. I would say, but still, obviously, keep this as it is like a fun labor of love in a way, isn't it? But yeah, if you can
yeah,
get monetized, then go for it as well.
I'm never going to treat it as a business. I think some people do treat it as a business, but I don't want it to ever become a business, because if it becomes a business, then I feel like, for me anyway, the fun would go out of it. Um,
Would you write off to some of these DVD like Blu-ray companies and do reviews? Because I know you used to do that a bit, didn't you, in the past?
I did do that whenever I was doing the blood type fanzine, but I was not. I don't want to say I wasn't connecting with quality people, but I wasn't connecting with quality people, honestly,
Right. Okay.
because
Yeah.
I was getting stuff like from Asylum and Cheesy
Oh, right.
Flicks, and I don't even know if Cheesy Flicks is in business, but I wrote to Cheesy Flicks, and they sent me a box. I'm talking a big ass box full of DVDs, but were most of them worth a damn? No, and it was, some of them were very hard to watch.
Right. That
Well,
takes the fun out of it, then, really, doesn't it?
and
You want something like Arrow, don't you, or something like
I know that some of the bigger guys, they still get stuff like that, but then they get stuff from the better companies. They get stuff from Synapse, or they get stuff from, well, I don't know if they get it from Vinegar Syndrome and stuff. They may, but Severin, some of the bigger companies. Um, I don't know about Arrow. I don't know if Arrow would like. I don't know if anybody's even said if Arrow will send them screeners. Do you know anything about that, Darren? If they
I'm pretty sure CK does, doesn't he? I know
okay,
he
I
reviews
couldn't
a lot of
remember,
Arrow stuff.
so I
Yeah, and I
didn't
think
know
he
if you
does Second Sight as well.
yeah,
But I'm not
second.
sure. I don't think he actually gets the full discs. I think he gets the screener discs.
No, because I think that he sent some to Steve to look over so that they could both review them.
Oh, right, yeah.
Sometimes, and it's basically the disc in a paper envelope.
Yeah.
There's no complete packaging with it. But guys, it, like I said, it has been amazing tonight. But it is nearly 11 p.m. and about a minute till for me. And Brandon is barking his head off, and he's probably going to end up waking Steve up, and then there's going to be hell to pay if Steve gets woken up. So, I think I'm going to call it a night, and I hope that when I end this broadcast, I don't know if that's going to it may leave you guys in the studio. You may have to actually hit.
Yeah, you've got
Is
like
there,
a leave button
is
anyway,
there
yeah.
a leave studio button for you guys?
But I just want to say it's been really fun. I'm glad I popped on now, and it's been nice talking to Tex as well.
Well,
But
thank
Yeah.
hopefully
you,
you'll
and
get
you
some
too.
new people on next time, maybe, because I'm sure Dirk would do one for sure.
Oh yeah, if he wasn't busy doing something else, I almost could guarantee Dirk would do it.
It was amazing, and I look forward to doing it again.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
well, you guys, you always have an open invite. I will fit as many people in here as I possibly can fit, and right now that would be 5 people plus me. So we can
thanks.
have 6 people going at one time in here. Um, so TJ says, good hearing some new voices.
Thanks, TJ, and thanks, X-Ray too, because those
Yes.
guys hung out. They were troopers, tonight to hang out in the chat and everything.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
sorry I haven't been able to look at the chat, but yeah, thanks to everyone.
I didn't look at it shamefully. I'm shamefacedly saying this. I didn't look at the chat as much tonight as I usually do, but I was trying to interact with everyone, some in the chat, with Texas, with Darren. and also doing the watch along. So I was trying to do 3 things at once, but I don't know how successfully I was doing that. So I tried.
You did a good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was excellent.
So, with that being said, unless Texas, Darren, is there anything else that you guys wanted to bring up before I cut things off for the
Well,
night?
I wanted to do one quick thing for Darren because I wanted his opinion. It's not very long, and I just wanted to see what he has to say. If you'd like to speak like Michael Caine, you should only say a few words at a time.
That is pretty good, actually.
Thanks, Darren.
I like to think I don't talk like that, do I?
Well, not like Michael Caine exactly, but I mean,
No.
but you have a great accent, so you know.
I'm a Welshie, so I come from Wales.
Mhm.
Thumbs up, 2 thumbs up for me. So,
Well, same with yourself. I really like your accent as well. So it's been really
thanks.
good.
But we'll see.
I prefer. Go on.
Most people think because I'm from Texas that we all talk like this, So.
No, you got a pretty good, accent for this type of thing.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Mhm. Well, all right, fellas. I am going to call it a night. I want to thank y'all once again. I want to thank everybody in the chat. And we're going to have to do this again really soon. And I hope we have even more people in here for, the live part of it. So y'all get on in here next time. It's, this is not anything to intimidate people. You can say whatever you want and nobody's going to slam you for it. I mean, just take a look at what we've been talking about tonight. So.
Exactly.
So, again, everybody have a good night. I'm going to go take care of my dog and take a shower and try to relax a little bit. I got one more day before I got to go back to work. So,
yeah, have a good one, everyone, and I'll speak to you all again soon.
All right. Talk soon.
yeah.
See ya.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.